And a very warm welcome to you all to the eFootball Championship 2024 Arsenal FC Finals. This is the 5th club finals event that we have had so far this campaign, which is brought to you by Konami, and this time in partnership with Arsenal FC. Now today we have 8 finalists who will be duking it out to get their hands on these 2 trophies here, but that's not all that they'll be taking home with them, because of course they're looking to book that coveted place in the World Finals come this summer, which is where we will see who will be crowned as the King of Kings, both from mobile and console platforms. So having said that, we have an explosive day of competition coming your way, a day of excitement, of thrills and spills, surprises as well. But not only that, we also even have a group of death. So much to get stuck into. So let's go ahead and find out who will be gunning their way to the finals. So there you have it. Once more, a hugely exciting day awaits us. I'm Summer Hunter. I'll be your host throughout the afternoon. And of course, so much to talk about. As ever, once more joined by my favorite wingman, Harry Cannon, or maybe I should call him Harry Cannon.
Harry Cannon.
Oh,
that's so good.
You gave me the idea, to be fair.
I did, and I wish I hadn't been a supporter of a particular Arsenal rival. But today is about Arsenal, and it is about the players that have made it this far. We've had 4 events already. I mean, there's only a couple left, so the time and the spots are running out at the World Finals.
They certainly are. Well, let's leave your heart aside for today. Let's put on that professional hat, as I know you do.
I'll try.
Always do it so
I'll try my
well.
best.
I haven't even had the chance to introduce your partner in crime, Stuart. Well, we're calling you Sir Stuart Philip Wesley.
Okay, it's that regal middle name that seemingly is my, it's my downfall, folks.
It's my last chance to season to say it,
my
so,
downfall. It's finally happened. It has happened. Yeah, I'm here to keep Harry in check, realistically, and making sure that he does keep that professional hat on. But yeah, I'm delighted to be back.
Oh, I love it.
Again, with Arsenal on deck, this is shaping up, as you quite rightly said, to be a group of death and certainly a bit of a shark tank across both platforms.
Well, it's going to be brilliant, that is for sure. So I'm sure many of you have already been with us throughout this season. You already kind of know how this works. But for those of you who may be new to the competition this season, we do want to just give you a very quick look at how it all works. The format, how we got here today. There have been several rounds of qualifications, which has led the finalists to feature in this final round to represent Arsenal come July, I believe it is. So there you have it. 4 representatives from 4 different regions across the world, which is broken down between Eastern Asia, Oceania, and other areas. That is 1 region. Number 2 is Western Asia. Number 3 is Europe and Africa. And last but not least, all the way across the pond, we have the Americas as well. But whenever it comes to the formats for today specifically, I'm going to hand it over to you, my man. You can walk us through how it all shapes up.
Yeah, we've been through a couple so far, haven't we? And if it's your first time joining us, we essentially have 2 separate platforms. We have console and mobile. Everyone within each platform plays each other once in the group stages. So 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw, none for a loss. And then at the end of it, we have our 2 players from each platform that have the highest amounts of points, and then they play against each other in the final. So that final, knockout stage rules, so extra time penalties if needed, which adds to all the nerves, and it's going to be a good day today. I could feel it in my bones.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
And you're usually right whenever you get those feelings, so, you know, I think we're in for a nice little afternoon, Wes.
I think so.
I think so. With the array of players that we can see on the deck, as we quite rightly said, it is for lack of a better term, it's a brutal format in terms of you've got potentially 3 games and you're gone from a group stage. So it will be very interesting to see who comes through both of these into these grand finals later on. And of course, if we have to sit through the dreaded extra time penalty shootouts from a commentator standpoint, we'll be nervous. I'm sure the players will be as well.
Yeah.
All right, well, guys, players, do these two a solid and try not to go that far, right? Try and get it done in the 90 minutes if you can, just for the sakes of their hearts and minds and everything else. But no, jokes aside, why don't we go ahead and get to know our finalists for the mobile platform. Of course, there's only going to be 4 players here for today. So very quickly, just to read out who they are, we have Dennis Bernard from Indonesia. He is the regional winner of Asia East and Oceania and others. From India, Mr. Tomboy, who is the regional winner of Asia West. Then we have from China, FIREWOLF, who is the regional winner of Europe and Africa. He was also at the FC Bayern finals. You may well remember him from that. And qualifying for the second time this season at a finals, we have Lamtti from Morocco, who is the regional winner of the Americas. So let's go down the list then, shall we, guys? And just help people get a more of an understanding as to what they offer whenever they line up against their opposition for today. So let's start with Dennis Bernard from Indonesia. Harry.
Yeah, let's do it. And we often say that the mobile platform is kind of, for our experience, a little bit of a young, it's still within its infancy type of platform, and that allows the stars to shine through. I would say, looking at the accolades each of these players have, I mean, Dennis Bernard is probably one of the most storied players of the mobile platform that we have competing here today. Indonesia national champion 2 years running, 2022-2023. IF E-League 2023 champion as well. That's the Indonesia Football E-League. And then, of course, the Dunia Games 2023 champion as well. So lots of accolades there. We'll see if he can live up to them today.
And from Joy Boy to Tomboy, they seem to really like the name Boy in India, don't they, for some reason? But we do have another Indian contestant today. What do we know about him, Mr. Tomboy?
Yeah, in terms of Tomboy, as the kind of the as we talk about the nations being emerging, India seemingly are one of those kind of prominent nations. We've seen, as you rightly said, Joy Boy. We've seen notable players coming through to these club finals, both previously and obviously today. Tomboy, relatively inexperienced at this level, but I wouldn't count him out of potentially showing up his opponents, because again, sometimes without that experience, you can kind of let the shackles off and really allow your game to prosper. So we'll see whether he's able to do that.
FIREWOLF, someone who's shown us already a taste of what he's capable of.
Yeah, was a previous finalist back in Munich. He sadly fell short back in the Allianz, just 19 years old, the Chinese representative here. We'll be hoping to see a little bit more out of FIREWOLF. Of course, his teammate, if I remember correctly, was able to qualify at that particular event. He'll be hoping today is his day to steal the crown.
And last but not least, Lamtti will have a crack at finally being able to test his mettle against rivals at one of these finals.
Yeah, I mean, he qualified, I think if I remember rightly, for a previous event, wasn't able to...
I believe it was for Bayern Munich,
It might have been for Munich, where he wasn't able to play or to attend. With this, though, able to attend here today, and you'd arguably say as well, in terms of the types of players he's got at his disposal, it may actually probably benefit him a little bit more with the likes of Havertz and Saka and Martinelli to have those types of players at his disposal. 21 years old, we say with the mobile version, of course, as well. We talk about thumbs, folks. It sounds a bit silly, but your dexterity and things like that, they do come into play. So it depends on how quickly he can get adjusted to this.
Not just for mobile, for console as well,
obviously.
right?
Obviously.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and take a look at the running order of the fixtures, so you know who's going to be playing and when. Of course, we want you to stick around the entire afternoon, but just in case, here is how it is going to look. So up first, you have Mr. Tomboy against FIREWOLF on stream. Remember this, I'll come back to that in just a moment. That is followed by Dennis Bernard versus Lamtti, also on stream. Fixture number 3, Mr. Tomboy will take on Lamtti. Then match number 4, we'll see FIREWOLF line up against Dennis Bernard. It's going to be a double header for Dennis Bernard because he will then take on Mr. Tomboy in match number 5 on stream. And last but not least for the group, it's going to be FIREWOLF hosting Lamtti. So when I say on stream, all that means is that those are going to be the fixtures which are available for you to watch live on our streaming platform. So there you have it. What do you make of these fixtures, guys?
Well, for me, Wes, it has to be Dennis Bernard as the one to watch here. When you look at his accolades, his previous accomplishments, he kind of stands out from the rest of the competition here. And I'm just trying to think, obviously we saw FIREWOLF in Germany, fell short on that occasion. Maybe he's the one to step up today.
Yeah, you may think of him in terms of, well, that's where we saw him last, but he may have learnt those lessons. We spoke a lot over these club finals in terms of players getting that experience of being at tournaments and tournament esports and getting used to the formats, and he may just carry those lessons into today. Of course, we'll have to see if that allows him a berth into the grand final of today. But certainly, I think FIREWOLF may just be one to keep your eye on and just keep a watcher.
Well, I tell you what else you need to keep an eye on, and that is the console group, because we are calling this the group of death, and for very good reason. I'll leave it to the guys to explain in just a moment. But first, let's actually just give you the lineup who are going to be playing in this group stage. So we've got Axe from Japan, who is the regional winner of Asia East and Oceania and others. Then Usmakabyle, someone you all know very well indeed, from Algeria. He is the regional winner of Asia West. He has already participated in 2 finals thus far, FC Barcelona and AC Milan. Then Urma from Romania, another familiar name for you, who is the regional winner of Europe and Africa. He, of course, was the AS Roma captain for the last 2 seasons of eFootball. And then last but not least for you, MelianTheKing from Argentina, the regional winner of the Americas. So why don't you take us through? Axe will be looking to bury the axe, I guess, today against his competition.
Yeah, he'll certainly be looking to do so. I had the great pleasure of watching or being a part of the E-Asian Cup, where he finished up as a runner-up with Japan, got edged out by Indonesia in the final. That was a co-op event, though. So that was where you had multiple players playing with each other rather than just as a solo. It's great to see Axe come through as a solo competitor, because now we'll get an understanding of, well, what's his play style as a 1v1 player as opposed to potentially maybe leaning on teammates, and to come through into what has now appeared, and certainly will go into in great depth, to come into a group of death like this is, it's going to be tough going forward.
And that's because you have players of the ilk of Usmakabyle, who is a veteran, but not just a veteran, he's a titan of eFootball.
And again, it comes down to the accolades he's been able to pick up along the way throughout his career. I mean, 3-time world champion. It's been sort of a rule of 3 for Usmakabyle, hasn't it? Because 3-time world champion, fairly certain he's won 3 iterations of this competition as well. But it's also his 3rd time at a club finals, as you rightly said, Semra. But he finished
3rd time's a charm, my man.
Runner-up in Barcelona against Footy Fasil, runner-up against Kalahar at the AC Milan club finals. He'll be hoping the number 3 is lucky for him today here at the Arsenal finals.
But he'll have to get past the likes of Urma, another really stiff competitor based on what we've seen the last few seasons as well.
Yeah, he's one of my favourite players to watch, is Urma, on a 1v1 level. Me and Harry have seen him almost grow up kind of in our eyes, realistically. Yeah. We've seen so many tournaments where he's been a part of, and so many kind of expectations that he's completely decimated. And again, we talk about him as ability-wise. He's very much up there as a 1v1 competitor. So again, to add to this list of a group stage, again, it's going to be, in terms of the console final at the very least, there's going to be 2 very, very high-powered players in that console final.
We are talking about eFootball royalty here whenever we talk about those 2, aren't we? Well, somebody who'll be looking to add his name to the royal list is MelianTheKing from Argentina, looking to go home as the crowned winner. Yeah,
rounds out the group of death, and he may seem the odd one out here, but let me tell you, he is also a world champion back in 2021. Won the eFootball Open back then for the Americas region on PlayStation 4. I believe as well he was using Arsenal back then, so he should know the squad. It's changed a little bit since then, but the nuclear should still be there for him. He should still be able to get the best out of this squad. So this really is just 4 incredible players for console. Should shape up for a fantastic day today.
Well, I can't wait to see where you guys think this group is going to be won or lost. So let's go ahead and take a look at the list of fixtures in their respective order. You have up first Axe taking on Urma. Match number 2 is MelianTheKing against Usmakabyle. Then fixture number 3, Axe takes on Usmakabyle on stream, followed by another match on stream, Urma lining up against MelianTheKing. Then for match number 5, Axe takes on MelianTheKing, and last but not least, Urma Usmakabyle on streaming. That is where it's at, and very potentially that's where the group could be decided.
It could well be, and when we look at some of these fixtures, Wes, I mean, it's so tough to call. I can't expect you to pick out just one. I know Semra's just picked out Urma Usmakabyle, which is, I think if you've followed this competition in the past, you know those 2 have experience. But when we've listed Axe, MelianTheKing's accomplishments, how promising they look, it's difficult to pick out one match from this set of matches in the group stages that would be the headline act.
It's almost laughable as to how high-powered and how high-quality this is going to be here today. I think if you're looking at potentially games to keep your eye on, though, I think the sleep hit may be Urma versus MelianTheKing. I think that might be that sleeper hit, which we sometimes get in these competitions where you look at a game, you think, well, it'll be okay, and then it just takes on a completely different form. I think that, and it also may potentially hinge on how the group looks after that fixture. I think that one's the key one.
So whether you expect it or not, it looks like we're going to have all kinds of blockbuster clashes then on the cards. Let's have a look at the running order for you of fixtures that are going to be available on stream. So there is, of course, that mixture of console and mobile matches. Here you go. Well, up first, we've got Mr. Tomboy against FIREWOLF. That's mobile. We have a second mobile match, which is Dennis Bernard against Lamtti. Then we switch over to console, where we have fixture number 3, Axe taking on Usmakabyle. Another console game for you. Urma will line up against MelianTheKing. Then we go back over to mobile once more for Mr. Tomboy versus Dennis Bernard. And last but not least, for the group stage, over to console, where Urma, Usmakabyle, that headliner, as Harry coined it, that is going to be the last fixture before we move on to the mobile grand final and then the console grand final. Now, we obviously have so much reason to feel really excited about everything that's coming up, but I do want to just keep your interest on the edge for a moment, because I do want to give you all the reminder that the players are not the only ones who can win something here today. You, in fact, also have the opportunity to earn points yourself. How do you do it? You can go ahead and pick up your eFootball points, 500 of them, by joining the viewing campaign. All you have to do is click on that banner right there below. You join the streaming through the game itself, and voila! 500 eFootball points for you to enjoy. Apart from that, of course, there's always news and developments about the game, about the competition that come up all the time. We want you to make sure that you're up to date on the latest, so please do head over to our social media platforms, the various platforms that we do have, and that way you won't miss out on anything at all. So guys, I do believe it's time for us to get ready for our grand curtain raiser of the day. Drumroll, please. And please welcome Mr. Tomboy versus FIREWOLF to kickstart our day. Enjoy!
I'm Viren. My YouTube channel name is Mr. Tomboy. I'm from Hyderabad, Telangana state. As a content creator, I'm very proud to represent my country, India, in Arsenal Club finals. Huge thanks to all my supporters. I'm here because of you. I'm really excited to play my matches, and also a big thanks to Konami for giving me this opportunity. And do subscribe and support Mr. Tomboy YouTube channel.
大家好，我是来自 CNFC 战队的烽火蓝，我很高兴这次能够参加由克乐美举办的阿森纳俱乐部赛事。这次我将代表欧洲与非洲地区参赛，我很期待能够为大家奉献几场精彩的比赛。希望我们能够赛出风采，赛出水平，狭路相逢勇者胜。
Well, thank you very much, Semra. Great to hear from the players as always. As you can see, they are just about ready to go, Wes. The question I have for you is, as we look at Mr. Tomboy versus FIREWOLF, can FIREWOLF have that short-term memory that is needed at this level to go one step further and actually qualify for the World Finals? He's tried it once in Munich as we're underway. Question is, can he go on further here, as he might actually have an opening chance? And well, what a way to open the finals. I believe that is FIREWOLF in front, and I think he's answered the question for you, Wes. 1-0 already.
Yeah, it's a really quick start from him. Really, really off to the races. It's a very quick interception, and then finds the back of the net. Just see it there again, gets through one-on-one, manages to put the ball straight to the back of the net, and that is exactly that short-term memory loss that you said that they needed at FIREWOLF in terms of that ability. Found the back of the net really quickly. It's only, what, 3 in-game minutes gone, and as we said before, mobile games, they go so quickly. He's got to be really careful to keep hold of that, that 1-goal lead.
Well, we haven't yet had an opportunity to introduce his opponent here, Mr. Tomboy, but FIREWOLF was in Germany, the man from China. Has some defending to do here at the moment, though, as Nketiah for Tomboy threatens to come forward. Had that experience going to the Allianz, met, of course, Thomas Müller. That would have just spurred him on, having been through that experience. Coming forward again as well with Jesus, skips past his man. Can the cross come in towards Kai Havertz. It can, but not before Aaron Ramsdale is able to intervene.
I'd just say it was a quick release there, trying to get that into the box, and Havertz was waiting, but Ødegaard will try and play this one down the line.
20 minutes gone, near enough, and Firewolf, most of the time he comes forward, looks very, very promising. Gonna have another chance here. Ben White, far side. Havertz dispossessed. Oh, Mr. Tomboy. Question he will be asking himself. Lots of questions to be asked at this stage of the season, Wes. He will be asking themselves, can I defend some of these Firewolf attacks? He's done so since conceding that goal. The bigger question is, can he string something together going forward? Declan Rice once again having to intervene. There's a chance for him. Ben White runs onto this one. Defended well by Firewolf. Firewolf again has found Ødegaard out here wide left, but final pass just not there at the moment. Ødegaard now for Tomboy. Chance in the final third. The cross can't beat the first man. Now Wes, as we get a chance to just sit back as the players decide to make some changes, kind of digest what has been a, I don't want to say attritional first half, but definitely the happier of the two is Firewolf because of that goal straight away starting the game. Perfect start to our club finals.
Yeah, it was a perfect start for Firewolf. He needed that early goal just to set the tone. We'll see it again here. Thank you to our production team. They were right on it to show us the replays there. It was, again, just a pinch of the ball from kickoff. Just managed to tuck that one home. And again, for the rest of it, it's kind of been a bit of an even game between these two.
Well, it has. It's, I think when Tomboy looks back at that, you see how easy it is, just straight down the middle, starting the game. That's an area you don't want to concede. You can concede those wide areas, but you've got your opponent running straight at you. It'll be difficult. Chance though from the corner. Oh, it's headed in. It's Eddie Nketiah. The pause works out perfectly for Mr. Tomboy. And as half-time looms, Wes, it's Nketiah at the front post. Great header to even proceedings here.
Yeah, it's the perfect tonic. It really was. Just after that pause has happened, it's a short corner. Beautiful ball in there. I believe that was from Thomas Partey. As we'll see it again here, just chips the ball up, and it's Eddie Nketiah, player of the week. Eddie Nketiah, and Ramsdale will be really disappointed with that one, but Mr. Tomboy has his equaliser.
Well, questions asked by us and answered by our players here in the group stages. And Tomboy could go for the 1-2 punch here. The goal scorer, Nketiah, on that far side. It's punched well by the goalie. Firewolf's breaks, as we saw to start the game, have been fairly good, but that time around, not concise enough. And we end the first half, Wes. Tomboy 1, Firewolf 1, both scoring from their only shots of the game. It's difficult, really, to see the way the land lays after what we've just seen there in the first half.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talk at length about being clinical and taking your opportunities when they come. Both these two players had one opportunity and have taken it. And again, it's just that balance between the two now of coming out of the second half. What have you got in that second half? And more importantly, for it being the first game of the day, do you want to conserve and take a point, or do you want to try and take all three? I know which camp I would probably fall into, which is just take all three. It's, you know, you need to win. Yeah, we've seen many players within these club finals that may play for a draw and then it kind of turns into a loss. You don't want to be kind of leaving points on the tables. We'll see the goal again here. Again, it's just a short corner.
Just headed front post, isn't it, by Nketiah? He raises himself. He rises highest in his first to it. Ramsdale well beaten, but looks like we're underway here. Back in the second half. Sides have swapped, of course. It's FIREWOLF still in that second strip for Arsenal. He's starting the second half almost as well as he did the first, but time around, Tomboy attacking in the home strip from right to left to avoid conceding. Tomiyasu. Boy, these last 15 or so in-game minutes since and leading up to the goal. Been just seemingly finding his groove. Settling in very nicely.
The attendance for this match was 72,306.
That well by Ødegaard there for Mr. Tomboy. Yeah, looking to try and thread through Neil Smith Rowe. Nketiah. Jesus now just goes for a shot. Don't know if that was the right option there, Wes. There was a runner through.
It was. It looked like it. Ødegaard had just peeled off into that left-hand side, but it's in those split seconds of decision is that once you've made them, especially with any football, you're kind of committed to them.
20 in-game minutes to go then. Of course, we spoke about the console group here at the Arsenal Club Event Finals being very, very difficult to split. Same applies to this mobile group stage. So many talented players. You have to be to get to this level.
Yeah, it's such a long time that they have to play. We've spoken about it at length on previous club finals. If this is the first one that you're tuning into, as the ball goes into the box, Tomiyasu gets it headed clear. There's so many games that these guys play just to get in preparation for these types of events. You can't just turn up and expect to win.
And Nketiah goes for goal, but too much pressure on him. Right, Wes, as we take another look at what was potentially a good chance. The first touch was good to get it out of his feet, Nketiah, but the amount of hours and games that go into preparing and qualifying for this stage of the competition, it's more than a lot of people realise. And of course it's easy for us to sit here in cold blood and say, I should have done this, could have done that, and no doubt the people at home as well probably saying, yeah, those commentators are right.
It's very easy.
It's very difficult when you're in their position in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, if you don't have a phone in your hand or you don't have a controller in your hand, it is very easy, folks, to sit here and go, that's what I should have done. That's what I would have done.
Yeah.
There's been events where I've been a part of where I look back on it and look at it and go, I could have done something different. And these guys will have that same type of feeling. They'll have a lot of game film to look on.
Yeah.
And they'll look back on it and go, that's what I should have done, or that's what I could have done. But the problem is that you almost get into like kind of tunnel vision almost, in the sense of you'll kind of forget what's happening and you'll just be focused on what your icon is looking like on the screen. You'll kind of almost disregard it. It'll almost be like the kind of the fog of war almost, where you just forget where everybody else is on the pitch.
Absolutely, you can see the action is about to resume, and if I remember correctly, we're down to about the last 10 in-game minutes, Wes. So with how quickly that clock does tick down, I have to say the next big chance could be the one that decides it. It's FIREWOLF coming forward. Havertz can't latch onto it.
Number 21, number 29.
Just waiting for the press here is Tomboy.
Number
no doubt has in the back of his mind that this may be the last chance of the game for both players. Last chance to maybe snatch those 3 points, which could be very valuable here in this round-robin group stage. That's a through ball towards Suarez, and who can find it? It's Nketiah! Mr. Tomboy has stolen those 3 points.
Come with the hour, come with the man. It's Eddie Nketiah once again. As we said, it all just depends on what your play style is. Do you want to kind of tuck up and take a draw? Not Mr. Tomboy, not at all. Again, it came from a bit of fortune. That through ball towards Suarez, you see me just losing my head. You saw Cedric Suarez just down the right-hand side, and you can see the defender, tired legs. It just made its way through him. But again, composure here. There's so many different things he could have done. He could have shot across goal with Cedric Suarez, but no, he went for the guaranteed opportunity, which you've seen so many times within eFootball esports. And Eddie Nketiah knocks it home. And in the last kick of the game,
wow,
takes it away from FIREWOLF.
Well, what a bounce back from Mr. Tomboy. Seeding in, what was it, the 3rd minute of the match? Straight away was a miserable start for him. To have that resiliency, to steady himself, to know there's so much more eFootball to be played, not only in the group stage as a whole, but as this, the opening match. Wow, that's some great mettle shown there. And Nketiah with the brace gets him all 3 points.
Yeah, it was a good show of mentality from Mr. Tomboy. Again, you go down 3 minutes gone, you go 1 goal down. You do start to think to yourself, oh, have I set out correctly? Have I done this right? And all those doubts could easily flood into your brain. Not for Mr. Tomboy, however. He stuck to what he knew. He stuck to the game plan and then just slowly got himself back into the game. We'll see the highlights on the screen here. You can see, it was literally just a dispossession from kickoff. Now, granted, you could certainly look at it and go, oh, well, it was a bit of almost a flash goal, as it were, in the sense of, you weren't really expecting it. You get dispossessed from kickoff, and then you might think to yourself, well, I'll just stick to my own game plan. Because it's so early in the game, you might think, well, I'll stick to what I know. And that's what he did to get himself back into the game. And again, it all came from a pause as well. There was a pause just before that corner kick was taken.
Yes.
Brilliant idea from him to go short, dribble into the box, and then just chip it up and look for Nketiah's header at the near post.
You think we'll be seeing quite a lot of that today? Obviously, we saw Nketiah with 2 headers for Mr. Tomboy. Does enough to earn him the 3 points. Do you think that's going to be one of the focal points we see here today throughout the Arsenal club event finals, throughout both mobile and console?
Well, potentially. I mean, you look at the players. I mean, we already saw the aerial prowess there of Eddie Nketiah, but you look at Kai Havertz, you look at players like Kirior at centre half, or in terms of like from set pieces. You've got Saliba, Gabriel. You've got so many players you can call on from a set piece. It wouldn't be the most stupid idea to maybe lean into set pieces if you're using Arsenal FC.
So, Semra, Mr. Tomboy, it's the case of the boys again, the boys from India coming through, and so far so good, 3 points.
So we know who Harry's going to be hedging his bets on then throughout the day.
Us boys, gotta stay together.
I tell you what, though, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And we do love a lot of late drama, don't we? Because it just adds that extra element of spice to everything that we're watching. So we obviously saw how this one panned out. But what happened in console, guys? It was a 5-goal thriller. Urma came out on top. He just slightly edged it against Axe, meaning he takes those 3 crucial points to put him top of the leaderboard for right now. I'm looking at both of you trying to decipher that reaction. Harry, walk me through that facial expression right now. What's going on there?
It's crucial because I don't expect a lot of 3-point swings within this group. We said how strong everyone is within it. I mean, look at the names. If you know eFootball, esports, you know how good these players are. If you've come up against them online, you know how strong they can be. 3-2 is a scoreline that obviously says both of these men came here to play, but 3-point swings, I think they're going to be quite rare in this group, and it's going to be whoever can benefit off of those 3 points is going to find themselves in a very, very strong position later on.
Yeah, I mean, from a kind of a psychological standpoint, to get the first 3 points on the board in that console group, it's going to be a massive plus point for Urma. For Axe, of course, it would be a source of disappointment. Of course, we don't quite know how the goal swing happened. We don't know if it was, a 3-goal comeback from Urma or whether it was just back and forth, box to box. But either way, the result really tells the story there is that Irma has the first 3 points of that group, and it kind of puts everybody else really on notice to say, look, if you don't come out and win your games, you're going to be in trouble.
It's always good to start it strong, obviously, because you really set down a statement of intent. But I think what I've liked so far is the fact that both of them have been marginal wins, so it does show you that both a mobile and console, just how tight and competitive it's looking like it's going to be today. And of course, for the neutral, that's what we want. So just before we head into the next match, which is also going to be mobile for you to watch, between Dennis Bernard and Lamtti, who is finally going to show us what he's capable of, considering we didn't get the opportunity in the end in Germany. But based on what we know of these two, what kind of match do you think we can expect?
I think it's going to be a real opportunity to see. I mean, we can see the accolades on paper from Dennis Bernard. What kind of game plan he brings to the table, what kind of intent does he have? And then for Lamtti, it's kind of a chance for us to catch up, because we don't know, do we, Wes, in terms of what he can bring to the table, because we only know the name. He was supposed to be in Munich, but wasn't able to attend. So it's about to, you know,
it's okay, you can say you don't know. It's all right. It's all right.
This is it. This is what this is all about.
The truth will prevail eventually. You know?
Exactly,
I mean, we're also
right.
here to learn, just like everybody else.
That's right.
You know, we don't have enough information as of yet. We're still figuring it out. But I suppose that's part of the thrills, isn't it? The fact that we do have, at every single finals, new people turning up, new people qualifying for this stage, and it just shows, I guess, as well, how healthy the competition is around the world, you know?
Yeah, it's very much a Pandora's box whenever we turn up to these events, because again, if you get brand new players who have not really got a kind of a back catalogue, shall we say, in esports, it kind of can put them on the map. So you of course, we don't know what's going to happen until we open the box. We open the box today. We've got two really tight games in the first kind of games that we've already seen today. And of course, you can see briefly now already what's kind of happened to the table. You can see Mr. Tomboy at the top, and you can see Irma at the top of theirs as well.
Do you reckon that it's going to go all the way down to the wire like it did in the last finals that we had? Remember, I mean, in both groups, it was still all to be decided. We really didn't have, I think it was just 1 out of the 8 that actually had qualified for the grand finale by the time we'd gotten to the last final, the last match of the group, sorry. Do you think we might see something similar happening today?
I think so. I think it's going to be a real strong possibility that happens, because, again, there's so many accolades across the board, across both groups. You've got 2 different platforms that play differently, and I think by the time it gets down to that final heat, every player will know what result they need, and it's going to just play into that kind of fire versus ice mentality. There'll be some players that need a draw, some that need all 3 points. Both might need all 3 points, so we're going to see a lot of kind of throw caution to the wind gameplay.
Well, you cast your mind back to the schedule. I mean, you look at the games that are or the final 2 games of the live stream. You've got Mr. Tomboy versus Dennis Bernard, and then you've got Irma versus Usmakabyle.
Sure.
So both could be set up to be blockbuster ties just on the basis of how the rest of these results are going to go. So I think, you know, for us, we're just kind of a viewing public, just waiting and seeing how this is all going to play out. Because as much as we can be, you know, give out predictions, the reality is that anything is possible here.
I tell you what, though, historically speaking, when this man's giving out predictions, he's pretty much always nailed it.
Yeah,
so, you know, he's the water diviner of the group.
Yeah. I don't know if you want me picking your name, though, because I feel like at some point,
that luck's going to run out.
It may have been a case of a broken clock is right twice a day. So at some point, like Wes says,
let's give you the benefit of the doubt for today, okay? Let's extend it a little bit longer and see how it goes. Well, listen, wait no more, because now we are ready to get going, ready to rock and roll for our next match for mobile, and it's going to be Indonesia's Dennis Bernard against Morocco's Lamtti.
Hello guys, my name is Dennis. I'm from Indonesia, and I'm the representative from the East Asia region. I feel very grateful to get this opportunity to be able to play in this Arsenal Club Finals event. So obviously I will give my best to become the champion and to become the representative of Arsenal in the eFootball World Finals tournament. So see you guys.
Hello everyone. My name is Lamtti. I'm from Morocco. I hope to play great games in this Arsenal competition and come out as a champion. Let's go.
hear from the players as always, Wes. We love to hear from them. We love to get a glimpse into what life is like for them before they play these games, what mentality they approach these competitions with. Both men look really up for this. They believe they can make it all the way, and you have to have that belief at this level.
Yeah, that's it. You have to have, confidence which almost borderlines on arrogance, because you need to have that kind of bravado to really bring your best game. And I think between these two, in between Dennis Bernard, who you said historically has got all of the achievements, Lamtti, of course, is finally able to put his best game forward on the mobile as Jesus is in.
Yeah, looks like it's Lamtti here from Morocco to try and open our scoring. And he's done so in emphatic fashion. It is Jesus in just the 4th minute of the match. Slides it past Ramsdale. Lamtti, who missed out, Wes, in Munich, now has a chance to introduce himself on the highest stage of this season we have.
Yeah, that was an electric breakaway. And again, it was a defensive lapse, though, that really let Gabriel Jesus in. Lamtti won't care either way of how that's happened. He'll just care that he's put the ball into the back of the net. We'll see it again here. Defensive lapse there. Oh. I think that might have just been a bit of a miss key on the mobile there. You can see that's Ben White trying to get across there, but Gabriel Jesus will not be denied on that occasion. I do love my own reaction shots. Somehow I just look very shocked half the time. Because you just get a sense, though, when goals are coming, it's almost as though you have that appearance as you have it in the stadium, where you kind of get on the edge of your seat.
Of course, Wes, you've been there, done it as well. Former competitor yourself, as Zinchenko just strays offside. So a lot of the reactions are, a lot of it's quite empathetic from you. You've been there, you know what it feels like.
It's a little bit, yeah. The last-minute equalisers and last-minute winners, I have a lot of empathy with players. Of course, not necessarily I was as successful as these guys on the sticks here or on the mobiles. However, you do get a sense of a little bit of camaraderie with everybody, is that you kind of just want a good game of eFootball to watch. It doesn't really matter who wins and who loses. You just want to see a good game.
That you do, and it's, well, set up one way or the other with an early goal. It's the 4th minute of the match. It's Lamtti, 21-year-old from Morocco. He puts himself in prime position against Dennis Bernard, who I highlighted from our research, Wes, as one of the players to watch. Of course, Indonesia national champion, 22 and 23. Has experience at this level, so nice double touch and a stunning strike from right a ways away. It goes to show that Dennis Bernard knows he needs to come at Lamtti now for the rest of the game to try and get something from this.
Yeah, and if there was a nation of players that you would back, Indonesia is well up there in terms of their abilities, both on console and on mobile. I would not be surprised if we see a Dennis Bernard equaliser at some point during this game, because he certainly knows his way around. Good little dummy there, wins the free kick.
No advantage to be played, so it will be a free kick at quite an inviting distance. Goes for goal, there's already got all. It's off the frame, Havertz is there. And Ramsdale, quick to react, needed to, was up to his feet and cures the ball and extinguishes the danger for now for Lamtti.
Yeah, it was the width of a crossbar that denied Dennis Bernard a response in the game. He certainly looked to be growing into it since conceding.
Dennis Bernard starting to put Lamtti through the paces in search of his equaliser, but about 10 in-game minutes. Last stoppages till half-time. It is Lamtti who holds the advantage. Jesus tries the stunning strike. Anytime you see that purple power bar, you know something powerful is coming, Wes. It's not always accurate, but when it is, it can be fatal.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a trade-off with stunning inputs, is that, yes, you'll generate more power, but the accuracy might not always be there. Gabriel clears it away.
2 added minutes has been indicated.
No doubt this will be the final chance of the half, if there is to be a chance. All the way back to the goalie, and we end Lamtti 1, DennisBernard 0. Which, when we look at it, Wes, don't want to call it an upset. Because A, there's still a second half to play, and B, Lamtti is proving himself at this point in time. But when you look at Dennis Bernard's experience, you just have to say the 21-year-old from Indonesia, you almost expected a bit more of a fight back in terms of solid chances created. We didn't really get that after this goal.
Yeah, we didn't. I mean, again, it's a bit of fortune there for Lamtti to get himself in. But again, as we said, you've got to score those opportunities when they're presented, especially in the mobile platform. You have to take those chances. He did with aplomb. But the response from Dennis Bernard has more so been a case of keeping the ball and trying to put pressure on the opponent through possession rather than by chance creation. See a neat little double touch there. It was the only real shot in anger we had, maybe outside of that free kick, as we'll see there, just off the bar. And again, just wasn't enough power on the header. You can see me just disgusted with the follow-up header. But yeah, Wes Cam is certainly providing a lot of emotion already, and we're only, what, 2 games in on the live stream.
It is a genius edition. We thank our production, and of course we thank Thomas Muller, strangely, back in the Allianz, was subject to our reaction cam, but to focus back now to our Arsenal FC Club event finals. It is Lamtti who currently holds the goal advantage in that second strip for Arsenal. Nice double touch there from Dennis Bernard, the Indonesian, who's chasing, and that's a snapshot. Forced a save with the feet from Ramsdale.
Good one-touch passing there, led to a one-touch shot, which just, again, didn't have enough power to really trouble the keeper.
Jesus now, oh, he's just run past the entire defence. That cross looked very dangerous.
The attendance for this match was 71,898.
Rice out to White now.
Yeah, Ødegaard on the right-hand side here. Rice into Jesus. Tomiyasu clears it away. And again, I think that is going to be the kind of the game plan here, with time ticking down. It's a case of, if that ball touches, I think, a defender of Lamtti, he's going to be clearing his lines almost immediately. We'll see it again there. Again, so long as the ball is kept in play, it will just tick the clock over. Rice plays it forward, and Dennis Bernard looking to try and find an opportunity here. Jorginho, Ødegaard in towards Jesus. Great double touch, control shot off the post. Huge opportunity there.
Arguably the best of the game so far for Dennis Bernard, but needs to keep his wits about him now. Defensive duties followed through by Tomiyasu. But it is a great point you raise, Wes. We often speak about it. The mobile platform does just have quicker gameplay, quicker in-game clock, and it's just 10 in-game minutes to go now until Lamtti potentially secures 3 points. Jesus here for Bernard. Back to him, looking for Ben White, pushed up, but oh, he's lost it on the other side. Havertz, who can he find? It's Jorginho! Oh no! Oh no, he's just dragged it wide.
How's he missed?
How has he missed, Wes?
I'm in disbelief at that opportunity. How has he missed? The goal was gaping. The goal was there. All Jorginho has to do is just side foot it in, and instead he's just hooked it wide.
You have to wonder at this stage of the game, with most of the chances for Dennis Bernard coming from outside the box, double touches, free kicks. Our first real solid open chance, as we'll take a look now.
See it again here. He's got more of the goal to shoot at.
There's no pressure on him.
And you can see me mouth there. How has he missed? It's absolutely right. How did he miss? I'm absolutely dumbfounded. But again, as players, with the greatest of respect to Jorginho, maybe not the player you want latching onto that ball in and around that area. If that had been Gabriel Jesus, I think that's maybe a different conversation.
Yes.
But with Jorginho being that high up, and of course those types of chances at premium, bear in mind the chance came from a bit of a lax giveaway from Lamtti with Ben Watt on the left-hand side.
That's right.
That is a real gimme of an opportunity, and it's just gone by the wayside for Dennis Bernard.
Well, with only 5 or so in-game minutes left, will Mr. Bernard live to regret that missed chance? That was a real solid chance. And the reason we reacted as we did, Wes, is because not only is time against him, but also those are the chances you have to take at this level. Will he get another one? Jorginho just trying to force the issue. It's party though for Lamtti. Playing for territory at this point. Oh, that's a rough giveaway, and it is all over now. Lamtti with the 3 points here. His first match of the group stages. Secures all 3 points. We've been waiting months to see him compete, Wes. He introduces himself perfectly.
Yeah, it's a big statement win, that is. Again, in terms of the way that we spoke about Dennis Bernard, in terms of, yeah, we talk a lot about paper. We talk a lot about the accolades of these players. But it's about how you execute. And clearly, Lamtti had that game plan of get a goal.
Yeah.
And the minute it touches a defender, it's going all the way back up front. Doesn't matter whether it lands with his player. It was just more a case of defensive smarts, shall we say, because it's having that game plan. Again, you got to give him. It's great counter-attack there to get Jesus in to score, but then the rest of it is defensive rear guard. But it's that chance for Jorginho that Dennis Bernard is going to look back on that one and say, if only will be the only thing that will go through his head.
It really will. I have to ask the question. Going to make you look into your crystal ball at this point. Our opening 2 games have seen goals within the opening 5 minutes on mobile. Is that likely to be a repeating storyline we see throughout the Arsenal club event finals? Because you have pace up top. You have Jesus, who obviously is able to run. You've got pace all over the place with Arsenal. Do you think that's going to be something that mobile players will look for as an effective tactic, but also look to defend?
Yeah, I think you've got to make a choice. You've got to, if you've got kickoff, again, when you're playing against Arsenal, you have to retain the ball in the early period because, as you said, you've got Saka, you've got Martinelli, you've got Odegaard, you've got Nketiah, Jesus. Obviously, you can't field all those ones at once, folks, but the point is that there's many different weapons that you can seize on. And certainly these guys are very much proponents of get a break, counter-attack, and damage. And that seemingly is the kind of the ongoing storyline we're seeing in mobile at the moment.
Well, Semra, we'll see what more damage there is to be done in the mobile group. But for now, Lamtti and Mr. Tomboy looking pretty good for their opening matches.
Looking pretty good indeed. Another marginal win, another clean sheet. But talking about damage done, my friends, 6-1. The Kingslayer, Usmakabyle, coming out, not holding back any punches today. That is quite a way to start the day for Usmakabyle.
Yes, talk about statement of intent. I'm sure there's some kind of regicide pun we can throw in there, but for now...
Hey, I said Kingslayer.
Kingslayer, I'm trying to think if there's any other
you're
ones.
not listening to me, mate. Thanks, that hurts. That hurts.
I'm just trying to think, see if there's anywhere else we can go with it. But for now, we'll just focus on the 6-1, which is an unbelievable result. We said that 3-point swings are going to be difficult to come by. Usmakabyle says, that's easy. Been here, done that. Let's move on. Let's move on through the group stages now.
Be afraid. Be very afraid.
I tell you what, Usmakabyle is again up next.
Yeah.
He's going to take on Axe. I mean, if you're Axe right now and you see that result, I mean, what do you think is going through your head? Do you try, as a player, Wes, do you try not to think about that? Do you just try to focus on your game and what you have to do? Surely he would have been watching to see what it is maybe that he could do in terms of trying to take advantage of any weaknesses if there are of Usmakabyle. But how do you think it is that he's going to be preparing himself mentally for this one?
You can't help but be aware of what is happening within the group stage. You can't help it. Regardless of you say, I'm going to be focused on my own game, you can't help but look. It's
keep one eye on.
It's kind of like looking at the end of the movie before you've watched the rest of it. It's like you can't help but just be, I need to watch. The issue is that Axe was only a goal difference. A goal away from taking a point away from Irma.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see how styles clash because, again, we talk about Asian eFootball and their abilities and how they prepare. We certainly know all about Usmakabyle and his abilities. It's that fire and ice that we are probably going to expect it to be. It's just a case of, who's swinging the hammer the hardest, I suppose, between these two.
Or the axe.
Or the axe. It's certainly hoping, at least from Axe's perspective, he'll certainly be looking to try and be the person swinging the axe.
I think the problem is having lost that opening game of the group stages. Axe now is in a position, Semra, where he almost has to win to just stay in the hunt, or at least take something away from Usmakabyle. And then, as you said, when you look at those results going in elsewhere, when he's winning by 5-goal margins, it's almost a task that you don't want to be in. You don't want to be in this position at this point. Obviously, you have to play the hand that you're dealt, but I mean, there's better ways to try and qualify.
Certainly better ways.
But I tell you what as well, right? Usmakabyle is in a really fine position right now because if he puts 3 more points on the board, he's got 6 points. Then you have Axe, who would still remain empty-handed, and then MelianTheKing would be up next. I mean, if you're one of the two of them looking at the table and you start to see Usmakabyle pull away, potentially Irma, the pressure starts to mount. Surely I imagine as well that has some kind of effect on you mentally as well, emotionally potentially even too.
Yeah, it puts you under your own pressure. Not only are you worried about your own performances and your own points, you're worried about what's happening across the group. You'd never want to be in a position where you're looking for favours from other players because again, as much as it might be a case that Melian may go and win 2 of the games, that then puts Axe's place at jeopardy, and then puts Irma's place at jeopardy. They won't want to give anything or any quarter in this type of group. Looking at how it is kind of playing out in front of us, you'd probably say that Irma, for lack of a better phrase, especially from the result that we've looked at, is probably the one who's the more vulnerable because of such is the scoreline that we've seen of the 6-1.
Yeah.
Irma only winning by a goal is certainly the one that you would maybe say, might be a bit of a weakness there. But we know Irma quite well.
Yes.
There's no such thing as weakness when it comes to Irma because he's an incredibly good eFootball player.
Yeah, have to concur. Obviously, we've had the opportunity to almost have our eFootball commentary careers run in parallel to Irma's playing career because when he came through, really broke through with that performance in the E-Euros with Romania, we were able to follow that all the way. That was a real shock to the world, so he kind of announced himself then. As you say, doesn't really face much pressure. I think this next match is going to give us more of a lay of the land in that console group stage, because as you see, Usmakabyle, Irma at the top, you now have Axe, who needs a win, or at least needs something from this next game. If you were able to get that, it really does blow the group kind of up for grabs, because he brings himself into contention, puts more pressure on MelianTheKing, who then has to go up against Irma. It's like Wes says, you can't help but look at what's happening elsewhere and do the mental maths in your head, like, okay, well, I need this from this game or that from that game. It's a horrible position to be in, and the real winner from this is Usmakabyle, because he's saying, I got goal difference, I got points, I'm ready, I've been here 3 times, this is my 3rd time now. Let's get
He's
this
not going to
moving.
let this one slide past him this time, I imagine.
Well, I don't think he'll want that, no.
No, 3rd time of asking. Well, let's see if he can go the distance then for today. As it stands, we have our next match ready to go, so it's going to be Japan's Axe against Algeria's Usmakabyle.
東アジア・オセアニア代表になりましたアックスです。今回アーセナルのクラブファイナルまで来たこと、とても嬉しく思います。この後のクラブファイナルでは 厳しい試合ばかりだと思うので、一戦一戦集中してプレーしていきたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いいたします。
Hi guys, it's Usmakabyle, three-time world champion, three-time eFootball pro champion. It's again me. This time I will try to represent Arsenal in the club event. It's a little bit special for me because I won my third title in 2019 in London, the Emirates Stadium. So I will do my best, of course, to bring the title in Japan with this jersey. Good luck to all my opponents, and see you there.
Well, always great, Wes. As we always love hearing from the players, because one thing as we do all of our research, we do obviously look into these players. Completely went over my head because you and I were both there.
Well, you were there as a commentator. I was there in the audience watching an incredible final at the Emirates.
That's right.
It was a very, very good final.
At this virtual stadium, Usmakabyle has had very, very fond memories indeed. Except the real world version. Because in 2019, he won his third world title. He'll be hoping that this will be another accolade to add to his collection. Going up against him will be Axe. He said tough games in this group. He will try his very best. And I'll tell you what, no games come much tougher than this one. It is Axe in the Arsenal home strip, taking on Usmakabyle. In that second strip, call it the banana skin, is that right? Or is that's from a few seasons ago, I think. Either way, the yellow strip with the dark shorts for the three-time world champion. Threads the ball through and I think kind of signals to his adversary here, Axe, that he's coming to make sure his spot in the final is secured. That's a low cross towards Jesus.
Yeah, the one thing we know about Usmakabyle is preparation is key for him. Like, he will know every nut and bolt of this Arsenal team, and he'll know exactly how he needs to use them. Axe, of course, on the other hand, as we said, is no slouch. Was part of a Japan national team that got to the final of the first ever E-Asian Cup. So he will certainly have had running mates that will certainly give him some help in terms of preparation. You look at the likes of Lever, you look at Japan as a nation. They are very, very good at producing good esports athletes.
Well, he's on the offensive here as sadly Saka can't receive the ball. Just 23 years old, the Asia East regional winner, Axe. Has a tough game, having lost 3-2 in his opening game elsewhere in the group. He's now faced with the task of having to go blow for blow against one of the, I don't know if I'm exactly right in saying, most decorated players in the eFootball esports scene. Axe now with Havertz and Saka. Cannot paint the picture they were trying to compose there, but I will say for Axe, the mental game is very important. And one thing that will be weighing on the mind of Usmakabyle is the story of this season so far. First club event finals, FC Barcelona, here in Barcelona, made it to the grand final, was not able to convert, and that's a long-range strike from Axe. Recycles the play here as well, Zinchenko to Ødegaard, inside the box now as Jesus will actually win the ball to Ødegaard, and Jesus! Oh my! He needs a result here, Wes. And Jesus was tenacious. He hung in there. And he gets his reward. Axe is in front here against the three-time world champion.
Well, the final bit of this will show you a bit of fortune. doesn't quite clear the ball, does Usmakabyle. There's a heavy deflection, as you can see, but the build-up to it was actually very good. It was one touch, and it was getting it around the box and trying to find, essentially, the weakness to penetrate. And they found it, or Axe found it, right when you didn't expect him to, as he gets a very heavy deflection. As you can see me, I'm just waiting, see it happen, and you just lose your head, because you're just... Again, games like this are separated by moments. And again, it very easily could have gone a completely different way there for Axe, but he finds himself a goal ahead here.
Well, straight away following the goal, Saka's turned his man, found Jesus, who, well, was looking for Havertz to arrive. But to continue the story of the season so far for the man in possession right now. As the low cross comes in, gathered by Ramsdale. Barcelona finalist, finished runners-up against Footy Fasil. Next club event, next opportunity, AC Milan made it to the final there. Finished runner-up against Kalahard. That will be weighing psychologically on the mind of Usmakabyle. Real chance here as Havertz can maybe find his teammate, and that is a tiny finish. It's Jesus again. And Usmakabyle looks a bit shell-shocked here on the pitch, because it's Axe who's 2-0 up.
He's taking the chance right on the opportunity. The goalkeeper looked like he just took one heavy step to the left, and David Raya could not react. It's a great ball there by Havertz. It's the first time striking. It's almost a toe poke from Gabriel Jesus. You say, bringing me to my feet. I have to chuckle. It's a nervous thing that I see whenever I see it. But 2-0 in the opening 35 in-game minutes here. What a start for Axe.
Wow.
What a start. I mean, I know I alluded to the fact of he's used to pressure environments. He's used to being in these types of tournaments. You know, as I said, I saw a lot of him in that Japan setup whilst being in Qatar for the Asian or for the Asian Cup. But it wasn't necessarily that I was seeing him as a 1v1 player, because that was a 2v2 tournament. So you don't really get too much of an idea as to him as a 1v1 player. However, certainly from what we've seen here, he scored two goals in the first game against Irma, came out as a 3-2 loss. He's now 2 goals ahead against one of the most notable faces within eFootball's esports sphere.
Well, it almost flips everything we were saying narrative-wise in the pre-game analysis, as Usmakabyle opts to play the free kick short here. Saka dispossesses, and that Axe came into this game after losing his first game to Irma, knowing he had to get some kind of result, and I wonder whether or not the mentality is coming into play here, as again Jesus tries that snap strike. Knowing he needed a result may be affecting the game plan here from Axe.
Interesting thing to note as well is that notable 5-goal difference that was there is just slowly eroding away here from Usmakabyle.
A live look at our group tables. Axe would be joining Irma and Usmakabyle. Axe coming forward again. Jesus, oh, good save. Strong hand from David Raya. Just before half-time, he was wrong-footed for the second goal, but that one keeps Usmakabyle in the game. Never thought I'd be saying that.
Yeah, that's a rare one. That's the black swan comment that you would hear within esports, is to say that save kept Usmakabyle in the game. Normally he is front foot, he is on it. However, he's been nullified for a large part of that first half.
He hasn't had a shot.
He hasn't had a shot, and there's been 2 real moments of fortune there for Axe, in the sense of, you know, goalkeeper takes 1 step to the left, a little bit too heavy-footed, and as a result, Jesus is able to score. And for the first goal was that heavy deflection which took it into Jesus' path. And, you know, kind of cast our mind back to that Dennis Bernard chance, as we'll see the ball come forward here from Usmakabyle.
Straight away, Usmakabyle is just dispossessed though. Tomiyasu, but yeah, the Dennis Bernard incident.
Falls to Jorginho in the same type of place, goes wide, and that falls to Gabriel Jesus, who puts it in the back of the net.
Well, Trossard far side for Usmakabyle. Martinelli introduced as well, no doubt some tactical changes made by Usmakabyle. Attacking from left to right in this second half. Jesus now. Poor Axe inside the box, and he just has so much pace. He could be a tricky customer to deal with. That's a good run though. Is the ball there for Trossard? Declan Rice. Sweeping ball out towards Trossard now. Just looks a little lethargic at the moment as Usmakabyle. Trossard, far side. Can't quite connect there.
Yeah, one thing to note as well is that this Arsenal side, in terms of characteristics, very much kind of mirror a lot of what Axe has probably been used to preparing with Japan's national team. Obviously, he knows Tomiyasu all too well at the back. In terms of midfield, you know, you have Minamino, you can probably replace a Havertz. A Saka looks to make a way through here.
There's a real chance as Jesus back towards Saka, I believe that was. That time, David Raya able to make the ball his, and now Trossard, who has been lively on that far side for Usmakabyle. Crossing towards Havertz, looking for the knockdown. But these breaks from Axe have been absolutely deadly. Saka looking for the ball towards Havertz, just beyond him, just too far.
One to keep your eye on as well, you look at Axe's back line in terms of how high up that line is. They are practically on the halfway line at every juncture, so any time that pace is looking to be used by Usmakabyle, it's kind of being nullified by the fact of the ability to be able to track back. We're seeing Trossard under a lot of pressure there from Ben White.
Crossed in towards Havertz. Smartly cleared there by Axe. Still within his own half, so still has Usmakabyle on his back to deal with here, but this is one of the most intriguing club event finals we have, and we knew it would get down to this stage, as we'll keep using the term musical chairs, but the spots in the World Finals mostly have been filled. You now have Usmakabyle, third time of asking, finds himself 2-0 down. Not only that, within the game you have so many player cards, player items to choose from in the arsenal, if you will.
Yeah.
You also have the likes of, do you play Ramsdale? Do you play David Raya? Obviously a real life question that's being asked as well.
There's so many different things. Do you go with Cedric Suarez at the back? Do you go with Tomiyasu and play him at right back or left back? Do you stick with Ben White, or do you go with Gabriel or Saliba?
Do you play Trossard? Do you play Saka?
Do you play Partey? Do you play Rice? There's so many questions that go through this Arsenal team, and that's why they're such a good team to use within this game, because there are so many different options that you have. You have Smith Rowe, Havertz, you have players that you can call on and put into different positions. Such is the fluidity of Arsenal as a whole. So it doesn't surprise me the fact that we're seeing many different types of lineups as Martinelli looks to make his way through.
Yeah, look at this from Martinelli! He tucks it home! Gabriel Martinelli gets Usmakabyle following that pause right back into this match. We've seen it from the three-time world champ time and time again. You can't count him out, and he's halved this deficit here, putting all of the pressure on Axe in this final 15, Wes, to hold on to these 3 points.
Yeah, it was a good ball in towards Martinelli's feet. He's not the weakest physical specimen, but he is one of the quickest. You can see almost a little bit of almost like a speed boost just to get out of his feet. Gives Axe something to think about in the final 15 in-game minutes. And we've seen it before from Usmakabyle. He has championship pedigree running through his veins. It's a case of whether you can find that pedigree here today.
Well, there are a few bodies forward there for Axe, and he's actually got the ball back here as well. Those numbers are still up. Havertz looking to feed Jorginho again.
Again, if you're Axe now, you've got to be careful of committing too many bodies forward. Yes, you want to win the game, but you don't want to put yourself in a dangerous position of conceding.
Smith Rowe, as he stayed on side. Sadly not for fans of the man hoping to join 2 of his countrymen at the World Finals. Of course, we have Takaki back in FC Inter qualifying for the console. We also had double Japan qualifiers back then with Goo Games, Goo 038 Games, a fun in-game name to say when you're a commentator. Reinaguchi, if I remember correctly, is his name. Indeed. That we decided was a bit easier to pronounce.
Yeah, it's far easier.
Qualifying for the mobile side. So Japan starting a little bit slow when it comes to these club event finals, but are starting to gain pace. Axe here, I mean, as things stand, would be joining Usmakabyle, would be joining Irma at the top of the console group stage, and potentially giving himself that opportunity to join those 2 at the World Finals.
Yeah, exactly. And again, though, if you cast your mind, I mean, we're talking about games that are on the stream and games that are going to be happening. Next game we have on the stream is Irma versus Melian. Yeah. And I'm sure that both of those players will be looking at this with very close attention because, again, you know, depending on which way the result goes, realistically depends on how they'll want to, no doubt, play their game. Of course, Melian will need to go for 3 points. But Irma, of course, may not need to, well, he may certainly need 3 points out of it as well.
After a slow start to the game from Usmakabyle, he's going to have to really move up the gears here. 5 in-game minutes to go, currently trailing 2-1. In possession now, though, but he's given that one away. Read very well by Axe. And Havertz, can he find Martinelli? It is Declan Rice. Pull back for Usmakabyle, but it's Declan Rice on the other side for Axe, who's able to feed Smith Rowe far side. Is he going to go for a potential chance? Had time to kill off the clock there, Wes. And
be a bit of an experience.
Be a bit of an experience as with, well, the final attack of the game now. Usmakabyle with Zinchenko just cannot find his man. And, well, that is a massive shock as the referee blows the final whistle. 2 Jesus goals sees Axe, who needed 3 points here, take 3 points away from the 3-time club event finalist, the 3-time world champion, Usmakabyle, and it blows this group just wide open now.
It certainly does. It was fortune favouring the brave there. Those 2 moments of fortune were enough for Axe to get those 2 goals with Gabriel Jesus. And what a game it was between these 2. So we'll see again from the highlights here, you'll just see it was the early opening kind of exchanges between these 2, and it came from that one errant shot that we saw, but it was the recycle there. And again, it's the mistake there, not able to get rid of the ball, then the deflection. It was very, I hate to use this word within esports, but it was very lucky to fall to Jesus where he was. And he's just able to prod it home from just inside 6 yards. You'll see here again, it's good work to recycle the ball, and then Jesus is just there to prod it home.
I think Usmakabyle probably wishing his defender didn't intervene, because it did look like David Raya had that near post covered.
It looked like it was covered indeed. It certainly did. We got a perfect angle of it there. It looked like it certainly was.
We always say, though, that we're, especially with iterations of this competition in the past, we wish players would take that risk a bit more, because oftentimes you can be rewarded with it. That time, David Raya just takes too big of a step. We saw it then, but it comes from Axe just seeing that he's in the final third, in and around the box. Let's take a strike on. Let's ask questions of the defense. So many times in the past, we were wishing these players stopped looking for the perfect opportunity. We're seeing it put into place there by Axe, and well, it's rewarded by 3 points.
Yeah, and had it not been for that save just before half time, it could have been 3.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's not through, I would say, luck or that the game or the result has panned out. Certainly the 2 goals were some elements of luck, but in terms of Axe's game style, even towards the 90th minute, he was still looking to try and score a third and was looking to actually not try and game manage the clock out, which we both looked at each other and we were like, ooh, not too sure whether that's the right move, but he didn't quite, he didn't have a negative as a result of that. Instead, it was a positive of taking all 3 points. But again, that Martinelli goal just after that pause, again, it's smart to get the ball into Martinelli, into his feet, use a little bit of that physicality, and then use the pace to get away from the defender. It's a good finish from Usmakabyle, but it wasn't enough.
It was not enough, and it's interesting to see Axe really want to go for the jugular at the end, Semra, because he could have taken it to the corner, but still comes away unscathed, and 3 points.
Axe chopping up Usmakabyle to bits, something
like
we weren't exactly
She's on
expecting
form
to see.
today. She's on form.
Thank you. Don't jinx it, man. Don't jinx it. It's still got half of the day left to go. But thank you. I appreciate that. So where were we? Yes, Axe chopping up Usmakabyle into bits when we least expected it. After that first half, I thought we were living in a parallel universe where Usmakabyle not taking a single shot or none on target after 45 minutes. In-game play. I mean, that's almost unheard of.
You thought the graphic was the wrong way around, didn't you?
Yeah, it was a bit like, what's going on here, right? Am I reading this right? I'm losing my mind. But, you know, credit to Axe because he came back swinging after losing by a very small margin in the opening match of the day. He didn't let it get to him. He also didn't let the result of the previous match for Usmakabyle get to him, didn't allow it to affect his nerves, and he just came out with a full force. And really proved to be a force to be reckoned with. And now it keeps things very interesting in terms of how the table is lining up, because less pressure for MelianTheKing, who is up next. He has the opportunity to pick up his first 3 points. Then we could see a 4-way tie of 3 points with just 2 matches left to go after that. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that, actually.
It doesn't, and it speaks to how amazing this round robin format is in these club event finals, but also how true it was that we said and described this as a group of death, because so far we've kind of seen everyone play against each other, and everyone apart from Melian, who's up next against Irma, be able to take results against each other, take goals, formulate attacks and pushes, and so far it's difficult to call. I mean, there's only 2 spots in that final later on to play for the chance to represent Arsenal. And so far, it looks like there's at least 3 in the console side that can be featuring later on.
Yeah, and that in itself, I mean, of course, if we talk about Melian, if they were able to come out, or if he was able to come out with that result in the next game, it really does open it up to last game shootouts for everybody. Just to cast your eye just down to the bottom of the table, of course, in the other mobile game that we didn't see, Mr. Tomboy and Lamtti shared the points in a 0-0 draw. So.
No. The game hasn't finished.
Oh, is it not? Oh, is that a latest score?
Yeah, so just hold your horses there,
okay.
my man.
Thankfully, Sabra, you corrected me, and that is a latest score.
We are waiting for the final result.
Got you.
I do, however, believe that that's not exactly how it's going to look in a moment's time.
Okay.
So for now, let's just put that one on the side. Let's just continue to focus on what's going on in the world of console, because now all of a sudden, Urdma, your guy, he's got a brilliant opportunity to move into pole position because he's playing next, and seeing what just happened with Usmakabyle crashing and burning. I mean, maybe not really, but still, just felt like saying
You can
that.
talk to him afterwards. He's nothing to do with us. We didn't say that.
No, but it's great to see that. So far, we haven't had any draws. It's been wins all around, but they've been sharing the wins. So no one's been able to pick up 2 on the bounce. It's been either a win or a defeat so far. So it is very reminiscent of what we saw in that last finals, just how incredibly difficult it is to actually
get in front, to
to
take
get
a
in
lead.
front or to decide who's going to be the favourite in a match or who's going to be overly. Yeah, I don't know.
Take the assertion and really.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. Taking the initiative, the assertion.
For me, I know you said that kind of takes the pressure off of Melian, but for me, I think Irma is watching that result just then with Axe taking 3 points away from Usmakabyle. I think Irma's looking at Usmakabyle as the person that he's worried about the most elsewhere in this group. And I think Melian knows now that Irma knows. He knows what Irma knows. So he's looking at Irma, thinking what he's thinking, and then this is...
We're trying to make permutations based on people's emotions and feelings. You know, this is feeling that.
Well, this is kind of in terms of where me and Harry are quite similar in terms of like kind of the feeling as a gamer.
Sure.
Is that this is exactly what you'd be going through in this type of environment. You'd be going, okay, well, the favourites just lost points. Does that mean the guy that beat him's better than that guy? Or what, and all of a sudden, all of these different kind of maps, you'll be kind of sat there with a big board, tying red string together, going, well, this is what this actually means. When actually, in the reality, it's just a case that they've lined up, they've gone at each other, Axe has come out the winner. Again, I quite agree with you, is that Irma might be looking at that and kind of licking his lips to say, well, okay, well, if Usma's dropped some points there, we might be all right.
Harry's got his finger wagging.
To nerd out a little bit, for those mathematics boffins at home, the term is transitive property.
Oh, God.
So just because A is more than B,
does it
B
equal C or something? Yeah.
I don't think transitive property applies in this particular scenario.
Certainly not.
So
certainly not.
That's why we love the drama. We love this type of scenario. I will say the psychology of it is definitely in favour of Irma, knowing that in his brain, his biggest rival has just dropped 3 points.
Right.
Because he would have expected Usmakabyle to clear out the group.
Well, I
apart from
suppose
himself.
that's the thing. Everyone knows that everyone is for the taking now. There is no one who is undefeatable, who is...
Everyone's lost their shield, essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone's lost that air of invincibility, and now it's a case that all bets are off.
Yes.
Everybody is now on the table to be beaten, because, of course, you cast your mind back to the first game of the day for Irma. He edged out Axe 3-2. So in his brain, he'll be saying, well, I beat that guy 3-2, but he's just beat Usmakabyle 2-1. So, and again, that's where you'll start to get into gamer brain, where you'll be going, well, as you said, A plus B does not equal C. So I think that's where we're kind of going to look at this game that's coming up soon. And I think that's where the intrigue comes into it. You know, we don't really need to sell it any more than we already have, because the group table is doing that for us. Yeah. You could put that graphic up for about 10 minutes and just leave it there, and people will go, ooh, that's a big game between those two.
Throw all formula out the window. Transitive property is not a thing here at the Arsenal Club Event Finals.
I tell you what is a thing, gamer brain.
Gamer brain.
Yeah, I like that. That was the one thing that just jumped out at me from all of that magnificent speech that you gave us. So Irma is taking on MelianTheKing next. MelianTheKing, as we said, in the group, the only one yet to pick up any points. So this is a pivotal one, because if Irma does get those 3 points, then he's well on his way to reaching the grand finale later on this afternoon. But if Melian does manage to get those 3 points, a victory, that means that we've got it even Stevens across the board. So it could come down to goal difference, it could go down to points, obviously with 2 more matches after that. A draw could also throw a spanner into the works. I mean, there's so many different ways that this can pan out that it's quite difficult to actually predict. But based on how the day has been evolving thus far, what kind of fixture do you expect to see between the two of them?
I think Wes described this at the top of the show, between Irma and Melian, as the sleeper game.
That's right, you did say that.
And I noted it down because of the fact that I agreed, but also I wanted to bring it up again after the results had come in. And now we've seen the results leading up to this match. I think it does lead up to, when you add all the other permutations, all the transitive properties, all the stuff we've just kind of blabbered on about, I think it does lead itself to be maybe the headline game of the day, the one that could make or break either of these two men's success here today.
Yeah, it certainly could. It has all of the makings of a classic, because again, we know that Irma can score goals. We know that how Irma can perform. We've seen Melian perform in previous tournaments and iterations of the game, but how is he going to perform here? Granted, you could potentially look at a 6-1 loss and say, hey, he's not very good. But the reality is that he came up against Usmakabyle, who's, as we said, he's kind of on the Mount Rushmore of eFootball esports. It kind of is almost, you can kind of maybe disregard that game now and just say, okay then, Melian, let's see what you've got. because this is where he now needs to perform, because, again, if he doesn't win, he then leaves himself needing to win in his final game and then hope results potentially go his way. There's so many, as you said, there's so many permutations and different ways that this can go, that the reality is that you just need to wait for the results to come and see which way it goes, because quite frankly, it could end up in so many different avenues. It really can.
That's and when it comes to... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say we love our boffins.
Yeah, the boffins.
Because the people in the back in charge of the tiebreakers, the rules.
What is a boffin? For those of us who don't come from England.
It's a very smart individual who is kind of well versed in subjects. So
it's slang for expert.
Yeah. So when we say the boffins, we're saying that we've got some really intelligent people who are looking after the nuts and bolts of the tournament.
So in other words, Harry Channon.
Yeah, it's basically It's exactly.
Not quite sure.
I know he fancies himself to be a boffin,
I'm not sure you quite get exactly what a boffin is, because definitely it does not apply to me. I just sit here and I shout at games.
Okay, well, get ready, because you're about to start shouting even more. We're going to have to put a pin in it whenever it comes to the mobile situation at present. So do bear with us. Stay on the edge of your seats, because I promise you, when we do finally get that result, it's going to be a rather fascinating one. So for now, however, we're going to stay with the console mode of play. So let's go ahead and get ready for Urma taking on MelianTheKing.
Hey guys, I'm Adrma from Romania, representing the Europe and Africa region in these CNFC finals. For me, it is an honor to be among the top 4 in the world in console platform, and I will give my best to win the finals and represent Arsenal at the World Finals in Tokyo. I look forward to your supports, and let's go Gunners!
Conocido como MelianTheKing, soy argentino, estaré representando a la región de América en este torneo. La verdad estoy muy contento, muy feliz de poder haber llegado a estas instancias y de poder representar al Arsenal en este día. Espero poder dar lo mejor de mí en este torneo. Me he estado preparando mucho a lo largo de todos estos días para conseguir el título y para conseguir ese ansiado cupo hacia el Mundial de Japón. Los espero a todos en la transmisión apoyándome. Vamos por más.
Yeah, thanks to Semra. Again, we'll have to re-explain what a boffin is, because if she's using me as an example, she's not got it.
Yeah, she's not got it yet.
Urma versus Melian. Looking at the lay of the land in the console group, knowing that one side needs more than the other, especially when the one that's in the driver's seat is arguably the favourite in Urma. It just needs it. It lends itself to this occasion, doesn't it? We've just seen it in the previous game where Axe took 3 points in a 2-1 victory against Usmakabyle. That was, again, an underdog coming through. We will just have to see if that can happen again. For now, though, we do have a chance with Urma starting strongly in this Arsenal home strip. Jesus on the turn is taken down, actually. And this will be a free kick to start the game for the Romanian. I'm glad there's a pause, Wes, because we haven't had a chance really to introduce the players yet. MelianTheKing, representing the Americas region, from Argentina, 22 years old. Used Arsenal when he won the eFootball Open back in 2021. A world champion from the Americas region on the PlayStation 4 back in 2021. Trying to think how old he would have been. What year is it again? 24?
24, so what, 18, 19?
Yeah, 18, 19. So he started his career quite well. Has to come up against Urma, who we've seen in seasons previous of this competition, has captained clubs at this level to try and qualify for the World Finals. Free kick then to Urma, played short to Eddie Nketiah, onto his right foot, and that is an absolute bullet. I think everyone in the ground was expecting the free kick to go direct. No one picked up Nketiah, and Urma makes Melian pay. It's 1-0 to the Romanian.
This is why I enjoy watching Urma so much. He's a little bit of a throwback in terms of some of the tactics that he'll use. Rather than going for a shot on goal or rather trying to put it under the wall, instead he plays it one to the left, takes one touch and then slams it with Eddie Nketiah. Yeah, that's a perfect reaction shot.
That's the best one
It's just, because it's that type of hit. As soon as it's hit, it stays hit. It doesn't matter. Well, as the ball goes forward, though, looking for Martinelli, but MelianTheKing, as we'll just cast a mind over to him. You talk about South America, they pump out brilliant eFootball players across that region. And he certainly fits that bill. Although in the opening 5 in-game minutes, he finds himself a goal down here.
Yeah, seen many early goals here at the Arsenal FC Club Event Finals. You're right, the Americas region, very, very strong. We saw all the way back in Barcelona to kick off these club events. 2 qualifiers from the Americas, La Casa on mobile from the USA and Futi Facil from Brazil. As Melian gets his first real foray forward onto the board. A very, very strong region, you're right, Wes. We have, of course, Callahar joining them from AC Milan. He's from Mexico. It's a region that does tend to breed success in this particular title.
There's been a litany over the years of Argentinians, Brazilians, in terms of Central America, Mexicans. There's, again, a litany of players that, you know, viewers will have no doubt seen over the years, and this is the latest product here.
Jesus, Havertz, that's some nice one-touch build-up from MelianTheKing, who started to settle into the occasion a little bit more now, following that Nketiah goal after just 5 in-game minutes. Irma's chance to build now. Odegaard can't beat Saliba. Look out for Melian's attack here, but that's some good defending by Gabriel. Likewise on the other side, and we'll try, Wes, to, I don't want to call it bias, but we do tend to romanticise Irma's career because, again, we have been able to follow his journey since the start, really. It really was a fairy tale couple of years he had on national team duty when we really first started paying attention to him, and it was because of those performances he graduated to this competition, managed to get himself on a club roster but has some defending to do as Melian comes forward. Graduated from that to captaining AS Roma for I think a couple of seasons. It really has come through the ranks, and we've been there every step of the way. It's been fun to watch for sure. Jesus coming forward now for the Romanian. Good defending though since the goal from MelianTheKing.
Yeah, I mean, you are quite right. You know, it has been almost a little bit of a finishing score for Irma in terms of what we have seen. As Jesus plays it in towards Nketiah. Nketiah back to Jesus. It's deflected back into the path of Nketiah. But you are quite right. In terms of Melian, he's going to need to find a goal fairly quickly in this game just to give himself a little bit of confidence.
On the ball now, though. Havertz, though, dispossessed, and you're right. The longer it stays 1-0, I guess there is always that chance to get that foothold back, whether it be in this first half, which is soon coming to an end, or in that second half, but you just have to wonder how long he can maintain that defensive concentration. Those concentration levels are, they have to be paramount for very long periods. These are long days at these club event finals. It may not seem like it because, I mean, it's a whole different can of worms we're opening up with this type of conversation, but just because it's not physical activity doesn't mean the concentration levels don't drain you out here in the esports world. Havertz now for MelianTheKing. Odegaard outside the box, now inside to Gabriel Martinelli. Oh, looked inviting, but the strike did not have the conviction to beat the first man. Potentially another chance as the second half is looming. I think the referee will blow his whistle to make sure that the next action will be in that second half, Wes. 1-0 to Irma following that goal.
Yeah, it looks as though Irma's maybe taking a little bit of a page out of the playbook of some of the mobile players, where he's got a goal ahead, and the minute that ball touches his defenders or back line, he's looking for second ball winners going long down the field. So be one to keep your eye out on. If you're Melian, you're going to look to try and maybe keep the ball and try and keep it on the ground, on the deck, as it were. But I think at the moment, I think Irma's game plan is I have a goal lead and the points are more valuable than the goals.
Well, look out for Melian starting the second half off, attacking that right-hand side. That right-hand goal is going to be the goal we need to see the action in if Melian wants to keep his group stage hopes alive. Virtually, anyway. Again, we'll leave that up to the boffins, but to keep it within his own hands. Goals need to be going in on that side of the screen. Irma, though, it's as you were. As things stand, Melian would be at the bottom of that group. Trossard here for Irma. Smith Rowe back to Trossard. Oh! Some power to that strike. Ramsdale matched it at his near post.
Yeah, certainly stung the hands, did that, of Aaron Ramsdale. We see the ball just bouncing around just a little bit. Good little play back there. Good one to get it out the feet. It's a big save there from Aaron Ramsdale. Trossard trying his best there to double the lead for Irma.
Corner to Irma. Towards the big frame of Nketiah. Looking to win those aerial duels. Smith Rowe. Can't beat Ben White there for Melian, and I think you're right, Wes. Irma is definitely looking to try and get those runners upfield. He's thinking second ball. He's thinking trying to get that territory in his favour, and it's often we see when these types of game plans are put into effect, it can be so difficult for the opponent to just get the football back in his possession.
Yeah, it's a bit of a reductive form of a game plan, but it's effective as he gets the ball into Odegaard again.
Smith Rowe searching ball for the run of Jesus. We're approaching the hour mark now in game.
The attendance for this match was 62,000.
Irma 1, Melian 0. It's been one-way traffic so far in this second half. Can Melian just keep possession? Can he get some kind of play happening? Martinelli to the feet of Gabriel Jesus again, cut out by Saliba. Long ball towards Nketiah, that's a vital intervention. Melian with the ball now. He wanted him to take a bit more care of this in possession. He's done so far, and now Kai Havertz inside Saliba, and it was from quite a way away, Wes, but that'll be something that gives Irma something to think about. He's saying, I will go for goal. I get that little bit of space.
Yeah, just didn't quite have enough power on it, but it was enough to force a save from the goalkeeper. But Melian not really had the level of chances that we've seen across this competition, though. Here's Jesus. Gabriel will clear it away. That is back towards Martinelli. Ben White will clear it again, and as we've seen, Irma just trying to almost skip out the midfield portion of his game plan. And he's just looking to, as we said, keep the ball. You know, it's almost like a new form or a new age form of game management, is to just keep the ball in place. The clock ticks over. It's not necessarily grabbing the ball and playing for the corners. It's just instead you're just keeping the ball alive and keeping it as far away from your goal as possible.
So far, so good for the Romanian, and one extra benefit of keeping the ball in play as it will finally trickle out is that No substitutes available to be brought in by his opponent. Now the pause will come in after what was a lengthy period of time, period of play, where no reinforcements able to come in for Melian. Now he can put his plan B into place, but you just have to think about how much time he's really got left. I think it's about 12 in-game minutes, less than, plus stoppages. Just puts all that pressure back on the other side.
Yeah, it is a very interesting one, to say the least, between these two. And you're quite right, that kind of magical period that we talk about, anywhere between 60 and 70 minutes, where we traditionally see substitutes that can really make differences and impacts in the game, that period's now gone. Again, it's going to be about ball retention, and it's going to be about using it correctly. If you're Melian, you're going to need to find your ground passes. You need to find them quite quickly and quite accurately, because otherwise, if that ball gets gobbled up by Irma's defence, there's only one place it's going right back down the field.
Absolutely. I'm just curious, Wes. I'm very curious, because obviously we spoke a little bit about the competition at the goalkeeper position for Arsenal. We've seen Usmakabyle go for David Raya. Seems like the general consensus wants to be, you want Ramsdale in there. And I'm trying to think about why that might be as we get play underway once more. Melian needing a goal in these next 10 or so in game. I'm just trying to think about what kind of trending cards and trending items they've been that might suit one more than the other, as Irma looks to try and put this one to bed but can't do so.
Substitutions taking place.
It's just something to keep an eye on throughout the club finals here. Now Melian. It looked like he was going to build something. Jesus for Irma. It's able to give chase, but longer this ball stays out of the feet and, well, stays up the pitch, as Ramsdale is the one who has to come up for Melian. The longer it's looking like Irma will stay on the top of the console group stage, as we just saw in that live group table. And I think, Wes, this result, as things stand, would see him into that final later on. Again, we'll leave that up to the Boffins, but it's looking more and more likely unless Melian can fashion some kind of response. Martinelli, though, for Irma, and he's given the ball away to Smith Rowe. It has to be now. Saka gets on the end of a great ball. Where's that one going? It's out for a corner. One last throw of the dice. That was as dangerous as Melian has been. No nonsense, one touch, and that really could have been dangerous. Has a corner still to defend. Does Irma, and it has to be now for Melian. It has to come from this. Gabriel knocks it on. Ben White with the header. Nketiah! Oh, it's wrong side of the post. And that could have been anywhere. But it's the right side of the post for Irma. It gets the 3 points, Wes, but at the end, that was not convincing.
That was on a knife edge right at the end there, in between the deflection that could have gone anywhere, then in between the gilt-edged chance from the corner. Oh, that could have gone anywhere. Could have gone absolutely anywhere, but as you said, for the right side of the post for Irma is the wrong side of the post for Melian. And as the old saying goes, it was 1-0 to the Arsenal.
That it was. I mean, Irma, we heard from him pre-game, said it's an honour to be representing Arsenal. So I just put my throat back in to my body. It's an honour. He always takes great pride in the clubs he represents. It's been the same with Roma, same with previous clubs he's represented in this type of competition. Puts his heart and soul into every single club that he represents. And you can see he's able to utilise this Arsenal squad in-game into a way that just does suit the play style of the club. Able to use the likes of Nketiah, Ødegaard, especially his passing, to set up his teammates. I mean, a great finish from Nketiah, caught everyone sleeping from the free kick, and from then, solid passing, solid territory, Melian never really, until the 90th minute, had a chance.
Yeah, it was just rear guard, which is kind of what we've kind of come to know about Irma, in the sense of if you want a player to essentially take a game away from somebody, you really would call on somebody like Irma, because he has that kind of innate ability to find a way. And again, once he had that goal, once it started touching, as we said, if it touched Ben White, if it touched Tomiyasu, if it touched Gabriel or Saliba, it was only going one place, it was going firing down the field. But again, in itself is a defensive art form, because you're keeping the ball away from as far away from your goal as possible. A struggle with kind of sayings and whatnot, but you can only do as much damage when you've got the ball. If you've got the ball, the opponent can't hurt you, and if the opponent's got the ball halfway down the field, definitely can't hurt you.
Definitely not. And Irma
sounds like the words of Pep Guardiola right there.
That's where I get it from.
Absolutely
can't hurt you.
Does. But 3 points for Irma, 100% record so far, Seba. Cannot complain. He's living up to the billing so far, and I think I'll leave it up to the Boffins, but he's in a very, very strong spot.
It's a very good place.
We're back to the Boffins again, are we? Yes. Well, I can tell you, I'll put on the Boffin hat. He is sitting pretty at the top with 6 points. So, yes, things are looking very good indeed for him. It seems as though he's probably going to be our first finalist to be confirmed going into the grand finale later on, but it's still, of course, all to be decided. However, unfortunately for MelianTheKing, it looks as though he's going to be walking away empty-handed. He still has 0 points on the board. It may be a little bit too late for him to actually get through, but you never know. We could see. There could be a late shout. Last chat saloon for him with his final game.
Put my Boffin hat on.
Oh, right.
And Irma not qualified yet. And
right, I didn't say that, by the way. I said nearly there.
My point I was going to make was that Axe still has a role to play.
Right.
So Irma still has to play Usmakabyle, who is 3 points behind. Axe obviously then plays against our friend that we just saw, an incredible player in MelianTheKing. So Melian, despite the fact he can't qualify, can still decide what happens elsewhere in this group. So
everyone still has a role to play in determining how everything pans out elsewhere. Let's take a look at what was been going on in the mobile group. There have been 2 matches. We didn't have the opportunity to talk about match 3 before, so we can do it very quickly now. But actually, they were both 1-0 victories, very, very close. Tomboy took the first victory between those two, and then Dennis Bernard managed to pick up 3 points as well. So if we take a look at what that means for the group overall.
Oh, wow.
In terms of points, actually, it's identical to what's going on in console right now. But it's tasty indeed. It's very, very intriguing to see how this all pans out, because I believe Mr. Tomboy is the only player in this group, much like Irma, who is picked up 2 wins so far.
Yep, that is correct. That is correct. And again, you talk about layouts of groups. It's going to come down to, as we said, it was going to come down to these final games on the live stream. And certainly these 2 games that we have coming up, or at least the next game that we have coming up, which is Mr. Tomboy. He has got 6 points to his name.
And Dennis Bernard, who just won his game as well, the last 2 winners in a row. So.
Yeah, and the problem is, you normally would go, well, he's got 6 points, he can take his foot off the accelerator. It's like, no, he's got to put his foot down now and really take that game away. And again, we're looking there as well, and we can see just to the side of us, we can see the results and fixtures. But certainly, it's going to be an interesting tale on mobile. As much as you quite rightly said, it's kind of almost mirrored what we're seeing on console. So it's going to be a very interesting finish to at least the group stage. Of course, not to mention the fact we've got 2 grand finals yet to be decided. So that is going to be very interesting indeed.
Well, it's getting down to the wire. Just how we like it, of course. Those of us who are neutrals anyway, I'm sure all of you who are watching, you'll have your respective players that you follow and that you are certainly rooting for. But let's find out then who is going to be headed towards the grand finale. We still have 2 more matches to go in the group stage for mobile and console. We're headed back over to mobile once more, and it's going to be Mr. Tomboy taking on Dennis Bernard.
Straight into it, Wes. thanks as always to Semra getting us to this point, looking after us. We cause trouble up here.
It's like watching family members argue with one another between you two. It's as a younger sibling of 3.
Yeah,
it's hilarious to see, and there are echoes of my own home. It really is.
It's great fun, and I think something that a lot of people at home don't realise, of course, is that we do like to make it difficult for each other. You know, we're always trying
There's
to.
There's always roughhousing.
Always
here,
roughhousing just to try and trip each other up, but to focus on the game we have at hand here, Mr. Tomboy, who has been just fantastic so far. You look at his performances, I mean, incredible. Coming up against Dennis Bernard, who we tipped to be one of the favourites based on his accolades, but did start off slow today against Lamtti. Now is in a position very similar to the console group stages, where he kind of needs a win here to be in a position to challenge for that top spot, at least with it, to keep it within his own hands. Otherwise, he does need some results elsewhere to go his way, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I'll simplify it for you.
Please
Mr. Tomboy must not lose, and he goes through. But Dennis Bernard must win to put himself in the conversation. Of course, a draw leaves it open to results elsewhere, which, again, when you're at the final game of the group stage, it's not where you want to be. You want your own destiny to be in your own hands.
Well, that you do. And destiny is about to present itself to the entirety of the Arsenal FC Club event finalists, as we're into the final heat of the group stages. Only 2 of our 4 from each platform can participate and contest for the title later on today. Is Dennis Bernard in the grip of Arsenal? That yellow. Right, it's defined as yellow and blue in the game. I think we'll just go with yellow.
Yeah, it's a strip that has, I say, divided a fan base. To some it's green, to some it's yellow. We'll just call it the second strip.
He'll be attacking that left-hand goal, and it is Mr. Tomboy from India in the home strip with that blue cursor. Things much simpler for him, and well, Thomas Partey here can maybe poke home the first goal. And he does so. 15 minutes in, and it's our group leader taking destiny within his own hands here. 1-0.
Yeah, it's a great start. Again, it's a bit of fortune though. You can see just doesn't quite get the right side, as we'll see the ball again here. It's a great ball there, but the defender, it just shows a little bit too much, and then as a result it leaves Thomas Partey open. And again, it's a really cultured finish from a defensive midfielder, which you wouldn't, as we kind of alluded to earlier, you don't normally want defensive midfielders in that neck of the woods, shall we say, but certainly finished with aplomb.
We've seen it a lot today, haven't we? Jorginho getting in those types of areas. You have Declan Rice popping up every now and then. It's always fun to see exactly the personnel, the tactics that vary not only from player to player, but from platform to platform. And it does seem to be those DMFs that are getting in those areas with those chances. But credit to Mr. Tomboy. Today, he has been pretty darn good. And considering the way you simplified it, avoid a loss and you're into that knockout stage match, as we take another look at that cultured finish as you described it. I mean, a goal goes a long way. I mean, you have that buffer. You know now if you concede, hey, I'm still in a position where this result is good enough for me.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's it. It's getting your nose in front early in a position where you know that you can take the game away with just that goal. Because, again, if you kind of revert to type of the game plan that we've been seeing, the minute it touches your back line or the minute it touches your defence, you clear it away immediately. But I don't think we're going to see that from Mr. Tomboy. And, of course, you cast your mind in terms of themselves and how they're feeling. Of course, friends and family will be watching these games and willing on their respective players.
The man who's a goal to the good is coming forward again as that had to be dealt with by Ramsdale. The friends and family just adds that extra layer of pressure. Especially coming into that final heat with everything to play for, you know, 1 or 2 missteps can go from misery to jubilation and vice versa. For Dennis Bernard, he's one that we tipped with the accolades behind him. National champion of Indonesia back in 22, and then went back-to-back in 23. The Indonesia Football E-League champion as well in 2023. BGWIB Junior Games 23 champ as well. So has that experience, has the accolades, but we'll have to see, Wes. This is last chance saloon type of scenario for him here, because he needs some kind of result to even allow the possibility of featuring in the final later on to present itself to him.
Well, you're leaving it up to potential goal difference is what you're really leaving it up to here, is that if you cannot walk away with at least a point, he's going to leave it up to potentially a result in the other game that's on, and he'll be hoping for that. Of course, there's still time to go in this game, but as we know from mobile as well, you know, strength to say, you can just see to the left of your screen just how tight it is in the mobile group. That is how close it is if this result stands as it is. So that is a live table. Of course, that can certainly change if goals go in.
Well, if things stood as they were, Dennis Bernard would be relying on FIREWOLF to do him a favour in the other game, no doubt running concurrently to this one. Because that goal difference, as you pointed out, Wes, he's below his adversary, who's in that second place conversation. So for all those accolades, for everything that's happened in the past, Dennis Bernard now knows he needs to win this second half just to give himself a chance, just to be in, make things a little bit more difficult for the other side of the group, for the other heats that's, or rather the other game that's happening in this heat. It's so close on the mobile platform. Just to make it to the knockout final. As we're underway in the second half, it's Dennis Bernard who kicks us off in the second strip of Arsenal. The home strip is donned by Mr. Tomboy of India, who has been flying here.
Well, there is a big difference psychologically between having a game where you know that you need to win and a difference between knowing that you need just a point. And that is what is now presenting itself to the other half of this equation, is that if the result stands as this, it only requires a point in the opposite game for qualification.
Well, Ben White's cross was a difficult one for the defence and goalkeeper to communicate between them, but they do get it done. Havertz to the feet of Jesus, who I think was coming back from an offside position. You're just joining us, of course. This is still the group stages on the mobile platform. The thing that's at stake is the chance to play in the knockout final later on, which will be the top 2 placing players with the most points at the end of the group stages, once all the tiebreakers and so on and so forth have been looked after by our boffins. But if you win that knockout final, you join the likes of Futi Facil from Brazil, representing Barcelona, Raul Fabiano from France, representing Bayern, Calahad from Mexico, representing AC Milan, Takaki from Japan, representing Inter. That's on the console side, and then on the mobile we have La Casa, Talanousui, Joyboy, Goo Games,
all there already. Yeah, you're quite right. It's as I think I said in the last finals that we did for the Inter-Club finals, it's a real eclectic mix of nationalities and cultures, and there is a quite a sizable melting pot brewing in Tokyo in July.
Yes.
So it'd be great to see another person added to that pot.
The attendance for this match was 71,898.
Well, the hour mark has been and gone, as have the subs. We're in a position now where we need to see some action from Dennis Bernard. Signs of life, maybe, as the cross comes to nothing. Havertz around the corner to Jesus. Back to him now. Has he stayed onside? No. Good idea, but just came a second or two late. The longer this game ticks down, the longer and more comfortable Mr. Tomboy will be feeling. Has some defending to do now, though. Smith Rowe to the feet of Havertz inside the box. Jesus cannot be fed in that scenario. Havertz back heel to Jesus, back to him, lots of space, tries the 1-2, not sure if that was the right option.
And a lot of green grass in front of him there to run into. He tried to play the pass back.
Jesus, Emile Smith Rowe, Gabriel Jesus now has Gabriel covering him. And with 10 minutes to go. The ball is in the hands of Ramsdale. As long as the ball remains at the feet of Mr. Tomboy in the home strip, or up at this end of the pitch, the happier he will be. Jorginho. Havertz. It's Dennis Bernard just fighting for his life here. Has to be good on this attack. Jesus with the double touch and the stunning strike, but too many red shirts to try and get that ball around. And you might think, Wes, that one will be the final action. There was a pause queued up, so we'll have just a little bit more time for us to consider exactly what's going to happen here. But one thing's for certain, Tomboy has done the business here in the group stages.
Yeah, and he's needed to. He's needed to. Yes, we said at the top of the game, it's a must not lose. He's kind of gone above and beyond that. And I think for Mr. Tomboy, it's the right move. If you are in form and you are playing well, you then don't want to maybe drop a gear, because especially going into what we now know will be him in the grand final of today's mobile platform, you want to be in form, you want to be cooking, you want to be just ticking over to the point where you know how your players are performing, you know how your players are reacting, and you'll know the game plan you want to put in there. The only thing you may get, though, and I'll put this one into the mind of Mr. Tomboy, you may get a slice of complacency because you've rolled through competition, and you may think to yourself, well, if I've beat them all, then actually I'll probably just beat the person in the final, when it's not as simple as that.
Especially when you bring into extra time, penalties into the equation.
Exactly, and that's where that mentality and that psychology comes into it, is for him to say, okay, if I've won the group stage, or if I've topped the group stage, okay, let me close that chapter of that and let me move on to the next bit, rather than going, well, that's the story of the day. You've still got another chapter to look at.
Well, 1 foot in the final, but you're right, Wes. You do want to warn against complacency, because you've not lifted a trophy yet. You've made it a possibility. Quite a high probability, but you still have to execute. Sadly for Dennis Bernard, I think now he waits and has to see exactly what's happening elsewhere, because Mr. Tomboy takes the 3 points, 1-0. A 100% record in the group stages. I may be wrong in saying this, but I believe the last player to do that was La Casa for Barcelona. Unless Talanoussoy in Bayern was able to do it. I mean, we have
such a long season, folks. We do try and keep track of all of these stats.
So long season and strong players across the board. It's very probable that we could have had someone else. But one thing's for sure, an incredible group stage performance here. The question is, can he continue onto the knockout stages?
Well, that's it. You need to keep up that winning mentality. You need to keep going at the rate that you are comfortable with. But like we said, can't now go into that mobile final with complacency. He needs to go in and go, okay, now I'm in the grand final. Now I'm in a knockout where I can't lose. You know, he could have easily walked into that game and gone, oh, I'll just try and play for a draw.
Yeah.
And he would have been fine. But actually, he's gone, no, I'm going to keep up that winning mentality and I'm going to keep going. Now, he now needs to go on to the final, win the final, and then he can relax a little bit and say, okay, I'm going to Tokyo. We'll just remain to now see, because of course in the way that the fixtures or the schedule works is that whilst the mobile game is playing, there is a console game playing. Whereas now, we'll have to hit these two players will now have to wait and see, at least from Mr. Tomboy, he'll see who his opponent is for the final game. But Dennis Bernard will now have to look and see whether he'll get through after the final set of fixtures.
Mr. Tomboy's beaten everyone, but he still has to win one more game. That's the big thing.
Job's not finished.
Job's not finished. I suppose we could say the same for Urma as well, because he's looking to follow suit with a clean sweep of his own, because he's going to be up next in that headliner, in that blockbuster mega clash of Titans against Usmakabyle. So watch this space. More is to come in just a moment, but why don't we continue to talk about what happened in mobile and just maybe cast our eye as to who might be joining Mr. Tomboy, because as it stands, Lamtti 1 win for him, Dennis Bernard 1 win for him, FIREWOLF still yet to put a big W on the leaderboard here. He's up next, however, so we could have a 3-way tie.
Boffins.
Actually, yeah,
let's get the Boffins.
No.
But I tell you what, as of right now, in terms of goal difference,
there's even a potentially, though,
it would be Lamtti, wouldn't it?
But even with that, you've also got the fact if FIREWOLF wins 1-0 and then all of the players are tied on points and goal difference, it goes down to goals scored. So FIREWOLF might actually creep up and take that spot.
That would be something, wouldn't it? Because it's been very low scoring so far today.
Especially on the mobile side, absolutely.
Well, on mobile side,
mobile side, yeah.
Mobile side in particular is what I was referring to, yeah.
Absolutely. And that's the thing, and that's the kind of the peril that now comes with it, is that with one of the tiebreakers being that if points and goal difference are the same, but it goes down to goals scored, FIREWOLF actually has an opportunity here to maybe steal one.
I will say as well, with how fast-paced and quick the games can go by on the mobile platform, 1-0 is quite a likely scoreline.
So yeah, it's so good. Seems to be the case, isn't it?
Glad we got the Boffins, that's all I'm saying.
Absolutely. Those tiebreakers are coming in very, very handy over the last couple of club finals that we have witnessed here. So it's certainly all to play for within mobile, even though there's only one game left on the schedule for you.
Well, it's just how we like it. Okay, when it comes to console, this is the table. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest with you, if this is actually correct, because the game that was underway is still underway. So we don't actually yet know what the result is for match 5. We're still waiting to find that out. So whether this is actually a live table or not, to be perfectly honest with you, I don't know.
I'm going to make things
so it's going to make things a little bit more complicated in terms of trying to work things out. But what we do know, at least, is that Urma does have those 6 points. MelianTheKing does have those no points to account for, sadly. And it looks as though he is going to be the first one to be headed home. What's going on between Usmakabyle and Axe? Well, we're not quite so sure as of yet.
I think what we do is we take an executive decision here and we camp this out until we've got that result. I think that's what we do.
I think we have no other choice.
I think it's fair. I think it's very fair that both us in the studio and the guys at home certainly find out what happens with that. But I think
imagine Usmakabyle comes out on top. That means that we go into this final round with Urma and Usmakabyle level on 6 points. Let's say that Axe wins. He gets those 3 points. Then all of a sudden, Usmakabyle is in a pretty disadvantaged position going into the last.
Yeah.
He's on the block there. But if it's a draw, well then, I mean, it's still not ideal. It's not great. It certainly does give a bit of an advantage to Urma, for example. But
yeah, it's exactly that. There's so many different ways that this can go, because again, the game that is currently, well, that we're waiting for the final result on it is Axe versus Malian. Whereas, so for example, if Axe, as you said, if Axe picks up the point, it means that Usma can get away with drawing.
Right.
If Axe wins, it means Usmakabyle's got to go into that game and beat
Listen,
Irma.
both of
There's
them
so
just
many
need to
ways.
go in and win.
Yeah,
I mean, let's just put it that way.
I
to
wish
keep
they
it-
could make it simple, but they don't. They don't make it simple for us. They don't. They have us
They
work on
do.
all these scenarios, and unfortunately, we have to explain them all.
All right. Any final thoughts
Don't make me
between
use.
Usmakabyle and Urma?
Don't make me use the B word again.
Oh, wait a minute.
there
Hold
you
that
go.
thought because we've got the results are in.
Ooh.
So,
Oh, there we go. It's updated finally there.
there
So
it is. Axe. Oh, it's.
yeah, no.
Hold up, bear with us. It's changing. It's changing. I think. Is this set in stone now?
yes, so I believe that's
this is
it's getting updated. Yeah.
Axe won 3-1, I'm being told. So there you have it. Axe is actually on top because
Goal scored.
of goals scored. Wicked. Did not see that one coming. Okay, Urma, same amount of points. That means Uzma's got some heavy lifting to do in this final match.
Uzma has to win.
And MelianTheKing is obviously out.
Yeah, Uzma has to win. Irma can get away with a
And
draw.
Axe, by the way, is in the finals, yes or yes.
yes or yes.
So that means it is now down to Urma or Usmakabyle. We did say it was going to come down to this one to ultimately be decided as to how this whole group. We said it was going to come down to the very end, to the very bitter end. And I have a funny feeling it's going to go even all the way down to the final whistle. It's going to be that close between these two. Harry's processing.
Harry's in disbelief.
Harry's just processing.
We just need to
everything
put him
right
in a
now.
bubble for a minute, let him get his thoughts.
What's in my head right now? I would not want to be going into a match against Usmakabyle knowing I can take a draw.
Oh, yeah,
That's the
that's a good
mentality
point.
you cannot have against Usmakabyle. And Irma, I need to see how he starts this game, which luckily is our last game on the stream for the group stages. It's drama across the board. You can't go in accepting a draw is enough against Usmakabyle. You have to attack him. You have to go at him.
Yeah, you have to. You have to. There's no quarter given, especially when you know what's on the line. Not only do you secure your place in the platform final of the console, but you can knock out a player of Usmakabyle's ilk. It's just, there's too much there to gain for Irma. But of course, if again, a player that you really don't want to back into a corner is Usmakabyle. You just don't want to back him into a corner.
The flip side of that is this is Uzma's third attempt at qualifying, and now he has to win this game.
Right.
This is a must-win game for Usmakabyle. Otherwise, he would have gone 0 for 3 at the club event finals.
Ooh, it would not have been a season if that's the case. Yeah.
It's a
that's a tough one.
That'd be a very tough one to take.
Well, listen, it's going to be high octane. It's going to be a thriller. It's going to be epic. I have the feeling, based on the way that these two have been, getting us ready for this one. It is the headliner for the group stage. It's going to be Usmakabyle versus Urma. Enjoy.
We just knew, didn't we, Wes, that when we saw this as our final match of the group stages, one way or another, one of these two is going to be featuring in our final. We said it was a group of death, but these were the two we had our eyes on. We did not expect one of them to have to take out the other, to essentially step on the other's head to get there. Thanks, of course, as always, to Semra. But our focus entirely is on these two and on this match. Irma theoretically has the upper hand going into it, but there is no upper hand going up against Usmakabyle.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, I think there was a reason why we almost deliberately stayed away from talking about this game as the ball goes through on goal here. It's Harry Jesus.
Oh, there's a real chance for Jesus, and that's smartly down to his right for Ramsdale.
There's a reason why we deliberately stayed away from this game, because the names involved kind of almost sell this game on its own. Yeah, we didn't need to talk about Irma versus Usmakabyle. We always knew it was going to be a good game, but we didn't realise just how much was going to be on the line for these two.
I'm standing up for this one, Wes.
I will join you, happily.
Corner swung in. As Usmakabyle knows, he does need those 3 points here. Will be, if I'm correct, which I believe I am now, the red cursor and the second away strip will be Usmakabyle.
Yeah, from left to right is Irma, from right to left is Usmakabyle.
And it's almost fathomable that we could be potentially seeing Usmakabyle not qualify for the World Finals. Things stay as they are. As things stand, he would be out in the group stages, but look out for Irma now. Trossard. Oh, Ketia was there. Rice will try and recycle for him. Don't blink, people, as Rice feeds in Ketia. The first time ball to Jesus is met only by a defender. But Usmakabyle, man's legacy speaks for itself, but it's a legacy he wants to keep building. These are the types of legacy games you have to win. Irma, though, has a legacy he wants to build of his own. Odegaard with the 1-2 to Martinelli. Oh, across the floor to Jesus, and that cross-come shot there from Jesus was only ever going wide. No one able to latch onto it. With the ball through for Gabriel Jesus, but we did say coming into it, Wes, you cannot go into this type of game against Usmakabyle knowing or thinking that a draw is enough. I only need a draw. You cannot do that.
No, you can't. You really can't. It's a recipe for disaster going into a game like this, knowing that you're on the hill and in the ascendancy as Ketia makes way to the box. Jesus!
Oh, that is saved by David Raya. A very strong chance for Irma to really pile on the pressure. And I think it signifies that he understands exactly the point that we were making, Wes. He needs goals here. Seems counterintuitive. But to defend against Usmakabyle, you have to attack.
You have to, and you have to make those types of chances pay as well. Such is the tension, the drama that is filling the studio.
Oh, that's a great one too. Martinelli's touch lets him down. Ramsdale quick to it. We've seen just shades of that from Usmakabyle quite a lot today. Since that 6-1 win against MelianTheKing, we didn't get to see it off stream, but that was the first heat. Coming forward with Partey. Odegaard again, just a lack of sharpness exhibited so far, and now Irma can break. Gabriel defends. Something to keep an eye on. We're so used to Usmakabyle, even with his previous clubs he's represented in this competition, has been so sharp. Lethargy is not the word for it, but definitely something to keep an eye on. Smith Rowe, Trossard along the ground towards Jesus. The knock-on unsuccessful. It's been attritional. It's past the eye test so far as the Romanian. 5 to go till half-time. You just sense the nerves. Sense what it means for these two. Martinelli.
Good read. Really good read there.
Seems to be a late flurry. Maybe brewing for Usmakabyle, but it's Irma with the ball back. Trossard looking to hang one up towards Nketiah.
There will be 1 minute added time.
Both players wanting that final attack of the half. Looks like it might come the way of Irma if the referee allows it to. Sadly, no. And it will end as we retake our seats, Wes.
Standing room only at this commentary desk. It certainly is.
It's 0-0 as things stand. Irma, he's through to the final. But you almost think he needs a goal at this point. It seems so crazy to think, but you just can sense the heartbreak maybe on the horizon. The longer this is 0-0, the longer Usmakabyle still has a controller in his hands. You just know what he's capable of.
That's the thing, and that's the thing. It's a case of the game is not done. There's normally moments in the game where you think, well, that's enough, that's done. The reality, though, is that the game is not done, essentially until Usmakabyle says it's done. That tends to be the kind of the rule of thumb. With how we're seeing them defensively, or how we're seeing Irma defensively play, it's a case of he's getting bodies across of Martinelli and the kind of the dribblers within Usmakabyle's team. He's getting across them with super cancelling running, which kind of allows you to almost kind of just manually move your player in the way that you want them to. And critically as well, we're seeing crossfield balls from him as well, trying to, as you said, hang it up towards Nketiah.
Well, second half underway, it was Usmakabyle who got us back underway, but he's given the ball away, and Jesus with the strike! Oh! It's off the frame.
What a moment that could have been.
How costly that giveaway could have been from the restart for Usmakabyle. Irma has looked very sharp in this game. Declan Rice just being patient, and as you say, Wes, as long as there's something to play for, you bet Usmakabyle is going to play for it. That's how he's created his reputation. It's how he's earned his World Championship titles, his many accolades.
I would say he's the eFootball boogeyman, but that would be a little bit of a disservice to him. He's more like the eFootball Babe Ruth. He's not a person that is shy of these opportunities and shy of these moments. And it'll take one gilt-edged opportunity for him. That's all it will take for Usmakabyle to take control of this game.
Still just always fascinating how, as we take a look at this chance that rattled off the frame, it's those quick chances that we see from Gabriel Jesus that both platforms are trying to utilise. Havertz, Martinelli. Not for the first time his touch lets him down.
Anywhere will do.
Crossfield ball finds its way to Odegaard. You can see those knockdowns for Irma seem to be the order of the day.
They're certainly leaning on the agility of Gabriel Jesus to get those knockdowns. You'd say physically, supremacy normally is with Arsenal's backline. You talk about Ben White, Gabriel, Saliba, Tomiyasu. They've all got that physicality about them to be able to win headers up against the likes of Trossard and Martinelli. They're seemingly doing that at will for Irma, but Gabriel Jesus seems to be winning a lot of headers down the stretch here for Irma.
A real chance. Trossard floats one through towards Jesus. You can almost, oh, that's so dangerous. Almost feel the concentration radiating from these two here. An incredible game we're seeing. It's just, as I said, the concentration. You can feel it coming through the screen. You can feel it from these players.
If we're this tense here, yeah. I can only imagine what it's like for them at home.
You can see it from Irma how switched on he needs to be defensively. We are so used to, in iterations of this competition in the past, and just in general as a trademark from Usmakabyle, he loves those cross-field balls, switching the play diagonally. Not for the first time we've seen Irma so switched on to get a man across manually over to that man, make it difficult for Usmakabyle, don't let him play his game, but essentially disrupt his game plan. It's what you have to do, you can't let him settle into a rhythm. With that being said though, it's still 0-0.
Yeah, it's still 0-0. There's still time on the clock. There is everything you could possibly be thinking of between these two. And as we said, so long as there is time on the clock, the dynamic of this group can change wildly. It really can.
Absolutely can. Of course, we're still waiting to see who will feature in the final of the mobile platform. Who will be joining Mr. Tomboy.
I'm sure our production team will be all over it. I would not be surprised if we see confirmation during this game. It may just break the tension for us on the commentary desk.
Well, look at these red shirts forward. Martinelli wanted to find Jesus, but well, those red shirts have stayed up here. That's a bit of a lazy ball towards Jesus. Headed on towards Kai Havertz. There's some tall men on the pitch now for Usmakabyle. He's giving something to chase, and oh, who knows where that could have gone. Here's the group table, and well, look at that. It is FIREWOLF who makes his way to the final. Havertz though, oh, he's taken down just outside the area, and there's so much information to process here. But what is important on what we're seeing on our screen is that Irma has a free kick in a very similar situation that he was able to score against MelianTheKing earlier. Martinelli back to Jesus. Not as simple this time.
It's only had it scouted. Just to clear it up, just for that brief break in play here, is that FIREWOLF has made it through to the mobile final alongside Mr. Tomboy on that tiebreaker that we mentioned about goals scored.
Yeah.
It just took, well, by the looks of things, it took 1-0, which is exactly what we kind of maybe predicted was going to happen. And now FIREWOLF has now got a date with Mr. Tomboy after the conclusion of this game. Of course, this game still has permutations for the console group. And like we said, it is so, so tight. And that is a live standing, and don't adjust your sets. If it does stay like this, Usmakabyle is gone and will not be in the console final. Of course, a goal the other way, or a goal for Usmakabyle, takes Irma out of it. It's unbelievable.
That is how tight it is, and Usmakabyle did set himself up incredibly well with that 6-1 win against MelianTheKing. That goal difference is...
It's an extra point.
It's his best friend at this point. But has to get the ball back and has to score, and Jesus has wriggled free in the box. Martinelli was waiting. Well, just a bit of chaos created there by Irma. Usmakabyle with a potential break, but Smith Rowe is so quick to close down.
Such close, tight marking from Irma. Every time there looks to be a pass that's going to be distributed, it appears to just be a man just all over the ball carrier.
Ketia. His pass unsuccessful. Time is ticking down here. Usmakabyle, we've said it so many times, he's inevitable. He's in the box now with Trossard and Havertz. Oh! Oh my!
I thought that was it. I thought he broke it down there. It's a good block. in the box. We'll see it again here. It's good build-up play by Usmakabyle. Slides it across. Havertz is there. It's a great block by Saliba. As you can see, it is action cam on us here. It really is, because it's so close to call, and there's, what, 5 in-game minutes left here.
It's just one goal Usmakabyle needs. Back post towards Nketiah. Defended by Gabriel.
That'll do if you're Irma.
You definitely think so. Territory-wise, Usmakabyle, I think, will be quite happy as well, because he knows he can put the pressure on and he'll win the ball back as well. One goal is all it will take. Defensively, Irma has been so switched on. To Usmakabyle's half, but somewhat of a waste, and this will take some time off the clock as Zinchenko has to give chase. 2 minutes added on. It is now or never. And what a ball that is to Trossard. Who's he looking for here? It's Havertz! Oh my word! Usmakabyle is inevitable. He's done it! One goal is all it would have taken. And it came at the last kick of the game, Wes. Virtually the last kick. He scored with Havertz.
It's heartbreak for Irma. It's jubilation for Usma. Again, it was really well worked down the left-hand side. It came very kindly here to Kai Havertz. Slotted it into the corner with not long left. As you can see the reaction by the pair of us, because it's been so tight. It has been so tight throughout the entire game. And it's the perfect time to score. There is no time to recover. There is no time. And as you quite rightly said, he's inevitable. As I said, as long as there's time on the clock, he will keep fighting. It doesn't matter to him what avenue he's down or what cul-de-sac it looks like he's trapped in. He will find a way out, Usmakabyle. He is a magician.
And do not mistake my reaction for disappointment. That is just pure empathy and heartbreak for Irma, because you can see in the group table, after leading it the entirety of the day, he won his first 2 matches, Wes. Now faces heartbreak.
To get 6 points in a group stage and still go out is a feeling that I know too well. To get 6 points and to have your goal difference taken away from you.
Yeah.
I think it was a PES League back in 2016 or 17 that I was competing in with a couple of notables in Eldridge O'Neill and Lamtti in their group, in the group stage, in what was a group of death that day. I got 6 points that day and went out due to goal difference. And that I empathise with Irma here, because again, you've took 6 points in a group stage and still gone out. There's nothing more you can do.
That is just absolutely unbelievable. We're back underway, and time is not on Irma's side. It has to go forward. Havertz. No. Martinelli back to Jesus.
No.
And Martinelli again! Oh! He's back!
This is insane.
Back from the dead. It's Irma!
This is insane.
Absolutely unbelievable. I am down on my knees. He's done it!
That is insane. That is absolutely insane by Irma. Last kick of the game. We thought it was done. We thought he had no time. He went into added time of added time. I mean, you could even talk and say maybe the goal celebrations of Usmakabyl's players have then added onto the clock. It's absolutely unreal here.
The ice in that man's veins, knowing it had to go forward. It had to. That is unbelievable.
What are we doing? What are we doing here?
And it's, as the referee blows the final whistle,
I'll go and applaud the pair of them.
Another chapter in the book of Irma that we are in the front row to witness him writing. He's in the final.
I can't believe. I need to take a seat. I need to take a seat. I need to sit down. That is absolutely unreal.
I mean, what do you say?
Well, I don't know. I'm dumbfounded. I am literally, for the first time in a good while, I am actually lost for words. Like, you can actually, I don't know. We'll just need Semra. Semra can fill for like 10 minutes.
I will say, not to be the bearer of bad news and be negative, but Usmakabyle tried at Barcelona, didn't qualify. Tried at AC Milan, didn't qualify. Tried here at Arsenal, and fair enough, magic, storylines, everything aside, it's going to be disappointment for our 3-time world champion. He'll look at this season as a whole and he will hate us putting a spotlight on this, but he will be even more disappointed with himself. He holds himself to such a high standard, as do we.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's going to be nothing but disappointment.
I mean, the key separator between those three, or the three events that he's qualified for this year, and again, he probably won't like me for saying this, but the key separator this time is that he hasn't made the grand final. He made the grand final against Footy for Seal and lost. He made it against Galahad and lost. He's now not even got out of the group. And again, you could say in whatever which way you want to slice it, we genuinely thought that, you know, and that was the reason why I empathized with Irma, because I was like, there's no way. There's no way that there's going to be an extra chance here for him. And I genuinely thought, yeah, it had perils of my own experiences of 6 points and going home. And then out of nowhere, I mean, we saw this and we thought it was done. We literally thought it was done. But it was these extra celebrations where you'll see it here, where the animations of, oh, well, all of the players will come on and celebrate with the manager. And we always say it's a minimum of 2 minutes, or it's a minimum, because, again, those time can get added on for celebrations, substitutions, you name it. And then just, again, the resiliency, the mental strength of Irma to come back and take an additional goal after being, 20 seconds away from elimination? Had Irma been able to clear that ball, the referee blows up, full time's done.
Just reliving it, because it feels like a fever dream, even though it happened maybe 2 minutes ago.
A wonderful finish.
30 in-game seconds, Wes, away from featuring in the final was Usmakabyle. 30 in-game seconds away from being dispatched from the competition for Irma, and then that's just how close these club finals have been. It's been the same at every single event, and Irma stays alive. Job's not finished.
I'll tell you who wins predictions, though. Semra, because Semra went, it's going to come down to the very last kick.
It did.
And it did. It absolutely did.
It's only fair that we
we've got to bring her back in.
Our mystic host back in, Semra. Unbelievable. What a call. What a call from
Well, thank you very much. I will say I'm not the only one with mystic powers. We'll come to that later on, but Wes, you also nailed what happened in the other group. But let's focus on what we just saw there, Console. Irma versus Axe. I mean, sensational, absolutely sensational. The only draw of the day. And I believe it was you who said, no, Irma, he can't go in with the mentality of getting a draw. He has to go for the win. He thought he was going to get a draw in the end. He thought it was going to be really, really good. But then for Usmakabyle to come out swinging, to get that late goal in extra time, injury time, and then all of a sudden, Irma to say, nope, not today, my friends.
Just chaos.
I mean, it really couldn't have been any better than that. I don't think we could have scripted any better way to finish that particular game in the group stage. It really was magnificent stuff. So it is well poised then for a great final between those two. I'm really looking forward to that one, but we'll come back to that later on, because up first for the grand finales, we have the mobile. So let's talk about what happened there, because what did you say before? Let's just rewind the clock based on anybody who may not have been here a little bit earlier. But what Wes said was, if memory serves me well, FIREWOLF, he didn't have a win, but he still stood a chance. If he got the win, it'd be a three-way tie. Then all of a sudden it could come down to goal difference. But if they were all level on that, then it could come down to goals in favour. Well, guess what, my friend? That's exactly how it played out.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Genuinely, when we saw the result come in, because we were so engrossed in what we had seen on the console, that we didn't really kind of fully appreciate FIREWOLF's abilities. Because again, the fact that he's been able to come off of the canvas, he was fourth.
Can I just say this? I mean, look at this. 3 games, 1 win apiece, no draws, 2 defeats apiece. This is the only difference, the only separator, 1 goal, because they all have the same goal difference and they all have the same points. I mean, it is unbelievable how you have to score even when you don't win.
Yep.
It is so important you get as many goals as you possibly can.
It's beautiful because it was decided by a goal on the mobile platform, and then, as we just saw, was decided by a goal.
Yes.
Either way, it was decided by a goal with Irma and Usmakabyle. I mean, that's just how close these club event finals have been. It's been pure drama, cinema, entertainment.
It
I love
has.
it.
It really has. It really has. And,
It's lived up to the building, you know?
It's not over yet. It's not over yet. We've got to somehow mentally and physically recover to go and call 2 platform finals now, which again you may as well take the coin out and flip it, because it's anybody's at a knockout game. It really is.
Okay, so very quickly, let's get stuck into what we might see then between Mr. Tomboy, who had a clean sweep of victories, 9 points, the only player, the only finalist today that managed to go into the grand finale undefeated. He takes on FIREWOLF, who snapped it up at the very end. Would you have to say that maybe Tomboy might be the favourite, the heavy favourite going into this one?
Definitely heavy favourite, especially when you look at the head-to-head. I will say, though, that was actually, this is going to be a rematch of our first match we saw on the stream. It feels like a lifetime ago, I know, but the result then was 2-1 to Mr. Tomboy. So just, again, 1 goal in it.
And that was a last-minute winner, if my memory serves me correctly, as well.
I think you're right about that, yeah.
There's certainly some narrative there to go on. I think if you're looking at the form book, you would say, of course, Mr. Tomboy, overwhelming favourite. But again, FIREWOLF may just take a bit of confidence on the fact that he snatched, a grand final place. And we've seen it before, players that just sneak in and then sneak in again at the final stage. So I think this has got a bit of intrigue, and I think first goal is the most important goal of their day this final.
A little bit of dark horse energy potentially going into this one. All right, well, I know that the players are ready. They're very much excited for this because a huge opportunity awaits for them. Whoever wins this does not only just get that trophy, they are going to represent Arsenal FC at the World Finals in a few months' time. So without further ado, for the grand finale for our mobile platform, it's going to be Mr. Tomboy versus FIREWOLF.
Well, thank you, Semra.
We just need to get our breath.
I'm just trying to figure out exactly what just happened.
Chaos. It's beautiful chaos is what we've just seen. But from both platforms, might I add.
No doubt this, our first of 2 finals, will give somewhat of a similar result, because now we're into our finals. We need a winner. We need a result. Draw, no good for us here. We have extra time and penalties waiting for us if we still need to split the difference at the end of 90 minutes. Let's put a spotlight on our finalists here. Mr. Tomboy, we'll talk about him first because he's demanded that satisfaction. 100% record, 9 points from 9, heavy favourite. He's our Asia West regional winner, 25 years old. Funnily enough, has kind of gone under the radar up to this point. There's only sort of won local eFootball tournaments back in India, but he was looking to make the leap to the international stage. So far, so good.
Yeah, he's made a big splash already. In terms of being able to come out and say that he's gone undefeated today. Yeah, it's a great thing to have. Or that you've not dropped points is even better. But to come out and say you are the mobile platform champion for Arsenal, it is a little bit of a different thing, and that'll be something he'll look to hammer home here. And again, it's going to be that line of, is he complacent or is he professional enough to go, this is the job I need to do? And more importantly, from the other side of the fence, FIREWOLF, can he continue and potentially take another win at the most opportune time?
Well, wasting no time, we're underway. Tomboy in the home strip near side, looking for an early goal, and he's done so. He's found it. It's as if he had a map and compass. Straight away, not for the first time, he's come out, scored an early goal, and it could be the most valuable of his on the day. as he opens his account here in the Mobile Grand Final.
It wasn't a map and a compass, it was GPS. That was laser-like into the box. Again, neat little back heel. But again, strictly speaking, you talk about intelligent play. It drags the defender back so that at no point can any of the attackers be offside in the box. Yeah, I very much enjoyed that one because it's so quick and it's so dynamic in terms of the ability to put that ball into the box. And again, it allows your runners to go wherever they please, because where that back heel happened just in the corner, he just plays everybody onside.
Well, that's one way to introduce yourself. I know we introduced him, but I think he's introduced himself. We can now talk about Zhenghao Chen, who is better known as CNFC-FIREWOLF. Not the best start for him, but I think he'll be very happy with his progress so far. Was in the Allianz a couple of months ago, was featured then, but sadly couldn't make it to the grand finals of that particular event. He's here now in the knockout stage grand final, is one win away from going to Tokyo. He finished top 8 in 2023 in the eFootball Championship Open, but his back's against the wall now. What can he do from kickoff to remind Mr. Tomboy that, he's an adversary worth keeping an eye on, because this will actually be a corner from that threatening cross. Odegaard towards Havertz, who knocks it on, but Ramsdale is able to gather.
I think the good point, or the good thing, if there is such a good thing of conceding for FIREWOLF, is that he's done it early. So there's time to be able to reset and maybe think, well, it's just a flash goal. It wasn't something I was taking too much care of or advantage of. The problem, of course, though, it does give Mr. Tomboy every bit of confidence going into the latter stage of this game, because he knows that he's already inflicted some damage already on FIREWOLF.
They expect most of the same game plan from Tomboy that we've seen up to this point. Really keep the territory in FIREWOLF's half, make sure that ball stays in play, just with how quickly that in-game clock will tick here on the mobile platform. Great ball to Martinelli. Now, who's he got in support? Saliba for company, and Jesus has risen highest, and Nketiah keeping it alive! Tomboy 2, FIREWOLF 0. Our Asia West regional winner has scored 2 in the first half. Doesn't look like he's done yet. Neat finish in the end.
Yeah, he kept the ball alive after it was a decent save from the header. We'll see it again here. It's a decent save, but it's popped up very, very kindly. Just kept alive enough. And it's Eddie Nketiah that sweeps it home for 2-0 and really puts Mr. Tomboy in the driving seat here.
Tomboy 2, FIREWOLF 0. It has given FIREWOLF quite the mountain to climb here. Now a mobile grand final. Ooh. I think this one has been flagged for offside, has it? I wonder if that had trickled in, whether or not that flag would have stayed up.
It certainly would have been some controversy if it had gone up and it had ended up in the back of the net. 23 in-game minutes gone here. Mr. Tomboy has a 2-0 lead and looks very, very comfortable. It's almost like he's put the slippers on, he's put his feet up and made himself right at home in this mobile grand final.
Potentially time for a breather, as Mr. Tomboy wins the ball back. Really able to step back and assess the situation. Half an hour gone in our grand finals. Has a 2-goal cushion, which is the mobile platform. Very valuable. Puts all of that pressure back onto FIREWOLF, and Smith Rowe is unsuccessful in getting that ball back. He said before the game, Wes, first goal, so important. Tomboy introduces himself instantly, 15 in-game minutes later gets another. And I think you are justified in that statement, Havertz and Jesus. Combination's not quite there so far in the first half for Firewolf. Havertz spread wide to Ben White, stunning cross to come in, can't beat the first man. Corner though. Be Martin Odegaard. Back stick towards Jesus, and Ramsdale must have gotten a shout from the defender, but 2 minutes added on, and just how quickly that clock ticks away in the mobile. You have to say it's probably going to be the last attack of the half here. Can Firewolf half that deficit? No, the referee calls proceedings to an end as far as the first half is concerned. Mr. Tomboy, he's been spotless, he's been faultless on the day.
Just a quick announcement.
Looks like he's going to go undefeated here today unless Firewolf has a response here in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look as though that complacency has crept in as we thought it may do. Certainly has kept that professional head on his shoulders and has been able to put his best foot forward. 2 goals in the first, 23 in-game minutes. Has very much taken this game completely away. You can see there as well the almost defensive setup he has now employed. It's now gone back to kind of, let me just protect this lead, and as it should do in these types of environments, especially when, as you can see there, he's built a brick wall of players. He knows what it means to be secured, is that he knows that he'll have a game plan. Certainly feels like he has a game plan for when he's winning, he has a game plan for when he's drawing, he has a game plan for when he's losing. We haven't seen plans B or C yet, because plan A seemingly is the one that works.
And this was the opener. Introduced himself perfectly to the occasion, and as things stand, Pavan Campelli, aka Mr. Tomboy, would be our second representative from India. After Joy Boy representing AC Milan, Mr. Tomboy, again, as things stand, would be the second representative from a nation that prior to eFootball coming to mobile hadn't really had a lot of success in mainstream eFootball in years in the past. It's great to see that nation really rise to the top now. And he is just 45 in-game minutes from raising that trophy you see at the bottom of your screens.
Yeah, as we've mentioned, in terms of India, in terms of their prowess within the sports world and their fandom for their players of the sports world, they certainly carry that fandom, as we'll see Nketiah running forward, but they will certainly carry that fandom into the World Finals as well, knowing that there is an Indian, or at least more than one Indian representative, if the result stays as it is, in that World Final in Tokyo.
Some good shielding there from Nketiah, just ticked off away about 5 in-game minutes. Trossard now though for Firewolf, who, I mean, he really needs to show us something. Trossard, Martinelli, unable to get things going. Martinelli not quick enough to be aware of the hole. 2 run through. Martinelli, Trossard, Firewolf starting to build now. Sneaks in the finish, but not for the first time today. Ramsdale smartly down to his side.
Wasn't enough power in the shot to really trouble the goalkeeper there. As time ticks down here, you can see the attacking biases on the bottom of your screen. You can see almost ultra defensive from Mr. Tomboy, and slightly more attacking onus from Firewolf, but at the moment it looks as though this is all for Mr. Tomboy's control.
Yeah, most certainly is, and as we take a quick pause, you'd have to say this is getting into the realms of Firewolf needing a goal within the next 5 in-game minutes, just with how quickly Mobile does move. I know we say it so often, but it is true. You have to see something from him soon. When you think back to match number 1, the scoreline between these two was 2-1 in favour of Tomboy. We need to see FIREWOLF take that next step, and obviously the first mini step in taking the next step is getting that goal.
Yeah, absolutely. And we mentioned the time ticking down purely from a standpoint that you'll see a difference in game plan between a console player and a mobile player. With a mobile player, they're a bit more aggressive. They can afford to be a bit more aggressive because those chances don't really come that often. Whereas with the console platform, it's a little bit more methodical. It's a little bit more of a chess match. Whereas this is very much a case of throw your best attacks out within the first 2 or 3 attacks and just be hopeful that you can find a goal, as we saw Mr. Tomboy do in the opening stages here.
They're just doing some final tweaks here, making sure that all the lineups are in order. You can see, as you mentioned before, that just brick wall at the back. So many members, that's 9 men behind essentially 2 players up top. It's very easy to see what the game plan is going to be here for Mr. Tomboy, and rightly so, because I mean he's what, about 15 or so in-game minutes, maybe a little bit more, a little bit less, from going to Tokyo, representing the Gunners at the World Finals. It's not something that should be taken lightly. That responsibility that comes with representing the North London club. They expect greatness. In-game minutes away from being our second representative from India. And he looks so comfortable. He's going to be a tough man to beat if he can close this out. The way he's shielding the ball, it just seems as if there's no way back for FIREWOLF. At the second time of asking, made it to the group stages in Munich. Tried to qualify for Bayern München, wasn't able to as FIREWOLF. He's gone one step further this time.
There will be 1 minute added time.
Made it to the final, but the day is all about Mr. Tomboy. He has done it. 2-0 sees Mr. Tomboy, Pavan Kampeli, 25 years old from India, be an Arsenal FC representative. Congratulations to your champion. What a day for Mr. Tomboy. Perfect.
Yeah, it really was. It was perfection. He has not dropped a game. He has not dropped a point. And he has been well worth the champion berth that he has now got to represent Arsenal at the World Finals in Tokyo. And again, it's a fantastic achievement for him. Again, for India and India fans out there, and for the Indians across the world, you now have a second representative.
Yeah, you can choose who your favourite is now.
Who's your preferred boy? That's realistically where you've got to go to.
You can't make me do that.
You've got Joy Boy or you've got Mr. Tomboy, and both have been brilliant. But this day, today, as you quite rightly said, belongs to Mr. Tomboy. He's been fantastic throughout here, and again, it was very early going. You barely had got the welcome in everybody out of the way, and he was already a goal ahead.
Just truly a spectacular day. It's really faultless. We can talk about the goals individually, we can talk about the individual passages of play, but the thing that sticks out, the thing you cannot argue with, Wes, is the results. Win, 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 win.
Just win, baby. That's all it was. All it was for Mr. Tomboy was just keep winning, and as we said, he was going to keep up that momentum going into the final. Whether it was going to be complacency, we thought there might be something in it. Proved us completely wrong after taking a 2-goal lead just inside 20 in-game minutes, and really just took the wind out of FIREWOLF's sails, having snuck into the grand final. He just really just took it away from them in the very early going.
He did, and it's a shame for FIREWOLF because, as we said, tried and failed in Munich, has now tried and failed again to represent Arsenal, but surely we will see him, just 19 years of age, refine his skills with this experience, come back stronger in competitions in the future. We look forward to following the career of Firewolf, but the day belongs to one man. It is Pavan Kampeli from India, Mr. Tomboy, our champion.
I love it, Mr. Wonder Boyo, Joy Boy, Mr. Tomboy. I was just having a thought. We should send him to India. I think we should sign him up to play, because clearly if you have the name Boy as part of your overall name, you're a guaranteed winner in this competition.
I will say, I've never lifted a trophy before. I like the idea of it. So if we can make that happen, that'd be great.
Yeah, start getting ready for next season, all right? But it's phenomenal stuff. And we have yet another representative from India, after the first time ever having a representative from India make it to the final stage of an eFootball competition. It's a brilliant, brilliant thing to see. And the fact that he was so dominant today. He's the only player that was able to come through unscathed.
I think the big thing that stands out for me when we heard him introduce himself at the top of the show, he said, I'm looking to make the leap to the international stage. We've done our research. Obviously, he's won local tournaments, but he's never really featured in this type of situation before. He stepped up to the plate and then some to come to this level and perform as he did. Wow, these Indian representatives just have something special about them.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that, yes, it is one thing winning local tournaments, it's one thing, you know, like playing against your friends on the couch, that type of thing. But when you kind of transport that form and that idea to going, actually, I want to try myself against an international group of players. I want to try myself against different cultures and different play styles, and you come out and be as impressive as he was today. It's phenomenal for him personally, and as we said, for India as a nation, they've got two representatives to kind of root for going into the World Finals in Tokyo.
How do you make that jump from being an amateur, from playing in the sort of local scene, to actually really stepping into an international arena, going into the ring against some of the very best, not just in your region, but all across the world? I mean, how is it, Wes, as a player, that you do get yourself prepared to actually take that leap?
Well, I think the kind of the key things you do, one is you kind of watch game film. You watch players or you watch hype. You know, you'll see streamers, you'll see YouTubers, you'll pick up tips, you'll pick up loads of different kind of bits, and then you take it and you try and employ it into your own game, and then you try and find your own play style that goes with it. And then you then start to enter competitions like this. You enter competitions like the Open. You enter these different things just to get that big game experience, get that exposure to what it feels like to play on those stages. It just so happens that Mr. Tomboy maybe has jumped the shark a little bit and maybe just kind of got a little bit too much experience too early.
Maybe it's just a natural talent.
But that can sometimes come through. You can sometimes have kind of breakthrough superstars. We saw it with Nexa, we saw it with Killzoo in tournaments previously, where yes, they may have played locally, but once they hit a kind of an international stage, they just grew, and they grew and they grew some more. And I think that's what we're going to see with Mr. Tomboy.
And the reason that I ask is because I'm sure there's a lot of people who are watching right now, not just today, but all across the season, who might be wondering that very thing. Yeah. Because you're all fervent players, aren't you? So I'm sure there's many of them who are thinking, how can I follow in his footsteps? How can I be like Mr. Tomboy and find myself in that position where I'm off to Japan, where I'm going to compete against the creme de la creme in the World Finals?
Yeah, that's the beauty of the eFootball ecosystem. Free to play, open format. It's just so accessible for most people. So the fact that if you're watching this and you think, yeah, you know what, actually these guys aren't that great, download it on the mobile. Download it
come and test them out.
Whatever platform it is. Enroll in these competitions. They take months to get to this stage. This isn't just some 4 people who randomly turned up. They've qualified from their region through week and records and this, that, the other, head-to-head, all this. It's open to everyone, so make sure you keep an eye on all the platforms and make sure you're getting yourself involved, because that's the beauty of this ecosystem. You can just start playing, and if you're good enough, you get to this stage.
Well, there you go. Proof is in the pudding with Mr. Tomboy. And actually, why don't we go back and look at his day overall? Let's run you through all of those goals from start to finish, because he has scored a fair few amount of them over the last few hours, and obviously enough so that he's going to be lifting that trophy and he's going to be participating come July in Japan this is how it all started for him today.
Yeah, this was the first game against the man who he would eventually face in the final in FIREWOLF. Do remember this, 2 headers. This was the last-minute winner that you said earlier about Wes. I believe both headers from Nketiah, if I'm not mistaken. So really showing sort of diverse aspects of his gameplay, knows the strengths of this Arsenal roster, knows he can loft it to the Nketiah types. You know, Havertz, there's a lot of height in this team, so he knows this squad.
Yeah, absolutely, and again, if you know, as Semra is alluding to in terms of the things that people might be, you know, thinking about how do I kind of get involved, is look at these teams, look at what their DNA is within eFootball, because again, for example, there are multiple ways you can go with this Arsenal team. You can either go with the speed of Saka and Martinelli and Nketiah, or you can go the direct route with Havertz and Jesus. You can be defensively strong with playing a double defensive midfielder or a double pivot with like Rice and with Partey. You have all of these weapons. It's just finding out more so what suits your own play style. It's not necessarily going in emulating what Mr. Tomboy or any of the players do here today. It's finding out what suits your own play style. If you like to be direct, you'll go with height. If you like to have possession of the ball, you'll play with, you know, the likes of Odegaard, Smith Rowe, and those kind of silky and kind of skillful dribblers. It's just about finding your own footsteps. That's all you've got to do.
Some wonderful goals scored by this man today. I mean, you can see the variety of them, Semra, but he's well and truly he's a worthy champion. Yeah. He's worth his weight in gold today, and he's earned the gold. I'm
sure he'll love hearing what you had to say just now, because he is with us. We can talk to him and get his thoughts about winning the day's events for Mobile. Congratulations to you. First and foremost, tell me, in the exact moment when you knew that you were the champion, how did it feel? What was going through your mind?
To be honest, before coming here, I was crying with my mom. She came here and she hugged me. I couldn't believe, but it's been 3 years. I've been working so hard, learning this game. This game has given me life. So I know what to do. I was controlling the whole game, not only in the finals, but also in the all 4 matches which I played. I was very confident. And yeah, I was very happy and crying before coming here. I hugged my mom. I told my brother that I have won Arsenal in finals in Arsenal, and yeah, we were all together. 3 members were crying before coming here, and that was amazing feeling. This is the best moment of my life.
I think you're going to make all of us cry over here. I mean, that really is just so lovely. Please give your mom a big hug for all of us.
Thanks a lot. To be honest, in India, in this game, the esports is growing. And my journey is not so smooth. I've came from lot of problems, and I was it's not that easy. And I'm very proud now. Now I'm very happy. And my father passed away 4 years. It's been 4 years. My father passed away, and he will be watching me now, and he will be feeling very happy. And I'm very proud of myself, and he'll be proud of myself too. He's proud of me.
Well, I'm sure there's no question that his spirit is very much with you and guiding you along on your journey. Let's talk a little bit about your specific journey today, however. You said you were feeling really confident. You clearly came with a game plan. You clearly knew exactly how to execute it all the way across the board. What was it, besides that confidence, in terms of tactics and your approach to each opponent and in each match? What is it, do you think, that really helped you to have that success?
When I knew I was going to play Arsenal finals, I was well prepared. I was practicing till yesterday. Before the match also, I was practicing a lot, and I learned. That's why I'm very confident. To be honest, I know where my player is moving, when I have to pass, when I have to finish. That's why I'm very confident. Because of the practice, I'm very confident.
And I imagine it will serve you very well indeed whenever you go to Japan. Have you thought about that at any point in the preparation leading up to today? Or is this now you're going to change your mindset, and from here on out, it's all about the World Finals?
To be honest, I've been trying since many competitions. I was almost there, but today I have made it. Going to Japan, it's always my dream. And one more thing, main thing I forgot to say, it's all because of my supporters. They are watching me right now. I love you all, boys, and my brother Karan Srivastav, he's streaming. Thanks a lot, brother, for the love and support. And Joy Boy, the AC Milan finalist, I was practicing with him. He has a champion mentality. I was practicing with Karan. He's a great player. So I've been practicing with the top players, and that's how I got this confidence. Yeah, you saw my gameplay. I was dominating in every single match. That comes with the practice.
You certainly were. Well, congratulations. May your trailblazing course continue throughout the year and for many years to come. We're certainly proud of you. I'm sure all of your friends and your supporters are very proud of you as well. So we'll see you very soon. Good luck and enjoy Japan.
Thanks a lot, man. Thanks.
Brilliant stuff. I love to hear that from him, and the way that he talks about his family and the environment in which he had to work, the support as well from direct competitors and opponents, practicing together, getting themselves ready for the finals. I mean, it's such a nice world, isn't it, the eFootball world?
It is. It's great we get a chance to shine the spotlight on some of these human stories, because you had just seen that final. Mr. Tomboy was just a name on a screen who had just scored 2 virtual goals and now represents Arsenal. But now we know so much more about the man himself, the journey he's been through, makes you root for him that much more. But also, as you said, the eFootball landscape is so competitive, but at the same time, such a nice place where everyone wants to see each other succeed. So you're seeing steel sharpen steel in terms of Joy Boy and Mr. Tomboy helping each other out as practice partners. Wonder if that will continue though, because now they're going to face each other in the World Finals.
It's one thing. It's one thing to be practice partners, but once you kind of cross the lines of competitive play, it kind of changes. And just a kind of a word when he said that he just spent time with his mother. Had echoes of when I qualified for my first event. The first thing I did was get on the phone just going, I'm going to Barcelona! And you lose all control, because as gamers at home, and Gamer Brain, as I'm going to trademark it, as Gamer Brain, it's so far and away of going, well, you're going to go to another location to play this game that you just play on your couch at home. You almost detach from reality for a minute, because you don't realise that this is where it can lead to. And for him, again, a fantastic achievement for him. And quite rightly, as you said, you root for him a lot more, because you see the character. As I say, you see the whites of the eyes of people, and you can really kind of get behind that kind of human side of things.
Well, it really is very lovely indeed. Let's see if we get more of those human stories in our next final. It's the grand finale for console. It's going to be Urma up against Axe.
I was going to take this and pop that there. I was going to take that and pop that there. That's all I'm going to do.
I don't know if I want to touch it.
Can you touch it? Yeah, you can't. You physically can't. I will.
Hey, you haven't won it. You're not allowed to touch it.
No, he can't.
But neither have you.
He can't touch it for
it's the wrong
allegiances.
It's the wrong colour. I can't.
Right.
Whereas I can.
Okay, anyway, guys, as we were saying, we have our final finalists of the day ready to go. So let's find out how it all pans out between Urma and Axe.
Time, Wes. Our final game of the day. And the thing that sticks in the mind is obviously how Irma got here, but you have to remember the butterfly effect of things that had to happen for that to be even a scenario in the first place was Axe winning his game and the result that he got.
Yeah, well, interestingly, both the console final and the mobile platform final are both echoes of the first games that happened on each platform today. If you cast your mind back as to the result in the game between these two at the start of the day, it was a 3-2 victory for Irma, which we didn't get to see on the live stream. So this is going to be very intriguing to see how these two mesh on the live stream, especially in a console final.
That we are. It's Axe from Japan starting things off really nicely.
Could have gone anywhere.
It is out of play. As you said, that could have gone anywhere. It's Irma in the home strip. Oh, it's just bending away from goal, isn't it?
And the ricochet could have gone anywhere off the deflection as well. I'm just surprised every time a chance happens, because I'm very much, I don't quite know how it's going to really pan out here. Because this, again, we've seen far too many things today that we didn't think were possible. We've seen last-minute goals. We've seen deflections lead to opportunities. It's just chaos.
Well, what is at stake is, of course, the chance to represent Arsenal at the World Finals in Tokyo later on in the summer, but also that trophy you see spinning at the bottom of your screens. Irma in the home strip, as we said, blue cursor for him, the red cursor away strip will be Axe. And he looks very threatening here, obviously had that early chance. But I think we can apply the same label that we applied to Usmakabyle to Irma now, in that as long as there's something to play for, he can be down, but he's never out. Something that no doubt Axe will have to contend with. As you said, Wes, had a close counter between these two in the opening heat. Didn't see it on stream, but Irma 3-2 the victor that time, but plenty of goals. And now Axe can attempt to turn the screw. Psychological advantage coming into this one will be with our Romanian representative, Ødegaard, for Axe. Dispossessed by Tomiyasu. It's been a good spell of possession here for Axe. It's been a very opening 20. Ball has barely gone out of play since that chance. Kai Havertz here for Axe, using his strength and his body as well. Ketia, Ødegaard, Smith Rowe all combining. It's been a very strong start to the game from Axe. You just want to see Irma take care of the ball a little bit more, because he's had to be on the back foot. He's found Ketia though.
Bit of an opening there potentially for a strike there. He didn't use it.
And Ketia once more. Tomiyasu this time.
Yeah, it's seemingly openings that are popping open here as Nketiah looks to find Jesus. Seemingly seems to be these little pockets for Irma to try and find a ball in.
Half an hour gone. Trossard. Both men's attacks been unsuccessful so far. Possession turning over. It's just speaking to the occasion a little bit. We know how closely they fought in the group stages. They rematch here in the grand final. Also, you just have to wonder if Irma is just a bit gassed out after that last grasp equaliser that got him qualified to this grand final. Has some defending to do here. Much of that defensive concentration does he have left? Ben White winning the duel against Saka.
Yeah, well, we've certainly seen from seasons past that Irma is a player that plays on emotion, and of course there's that big adrenaline hit that he will no doubt have had from pulling himself out of the fire, so to speak, in the last group game. It's just a case of that crash that then happens, and then you've got to get yourself back up for another game. And you know, we say it a lot in terms of, well, there are only players on a stick, you know, on a controller. It can't be that bad. It really is. It's something to really kind of think about.
That's a really inviting ball for Jesus to give chase. Smothered defensively. Just to speak to how open the first half has been and how much the ball has stayed in play. Referee's assistant says no minutes needed to be added on here. Havertz can win the header. Tomiyasu away. This should be the end of a very, very close first half. 0-0. Oh, it's just so nervy. I mean, we've seen Irma in this position before. It's almost a completely different game, although the circumstances are the same to that when he played Usmakabyle. goalless at half-time, took a long time, took 92 minutes to break the deadlock. It's almost a different set of circumstances. I mean, an entirely different thing at stake in the trophy spot at the World Finals. But although the situation has minor differences, he finds himself in it again.
Yeah, it's really, really nervy. Between these two players, it seemingly is a case that nobody really wants to make an error. Nobody wants to kind of break the lines first, because again, once you break the lines, you may leave gaps and opportunities for your opponent to counter-attack, and that is not something you want to give, especially to either one of these players.
Start the second half with Irma in the home strip, attacking that left-hand goal. See Axe come the other way in the away strip. We had the pleasure of commentating him, albeit in a different discipline of eFootball in 2 versus 2, but at the E-Asian Cup earlier on in the year, runner-up then. But he is a promising up-and-coming eFootball player, just still writing the story of his career, 23 years old. He's essentially on the brink of greatness here. That's dangerous though. Tough to really surmise Axe when you see him in a co-op scenario. He's passed the eye test so far from what we've seen of him in the 1 versus 1 competition that is the Arsenal FC Club Event Finals.
Yeah, he certainly looked to be the part up to this point. Again, you again look at the results that he had. It was a narrow loss to Irma in the opening game. He then narrowly beat Usmakabyle. He then narrowly beat opponent in the third game. As a result, hasn't really looked back since.
The match was 60,332.
Shouldn't come to anyone as a surprise that this one is as close as it is. When you look at the final standings of the group stages, just minor margins enabled Irma to get to this point. Trossard has not stayed on side. It'll find the back of the net, but just a step too early, or rather the pass came a step too late.
Yeah, it depends on where you're going and where you're coming from, but yeah, quite rightly flagged as offside. And this is where that tension just ratchets up. In these pause periods, it's almost as though it's a kind of a mental break, is that it then starts to make you think. Because when you're on that pause menu, you've got time to think and go, okay, is my game plan working? Do I need to tweak it? Do I need to just move that player? What do I need to do here? And it's almost as though, in some regards, when it's 0-0, you don't really want a pause break. You don't want to, because you want to try and get the first goal, and then you can sit back and go, okay, I can take a breath and I have the lead, and there's a lot of a different mindset. Whereas here, it acts as though it's a mental break that you don't really want, because, again, this deep into the game at the moment, you don't really want to think about what might be and what could still be.
Well, Axe has a chance here. Trossard just ran beyond him. The changes have been made, and you're right, at 0-0, you almost don't want to zoom out too far. Lovely ball towards Havertz. That's defensive intervention, much needed by Irma. Seen a fair few goals this year from Arsenal, from set pieces. Would this be another one as Tomiyasu lends his head towards it? Maybe best chance of the game so far from Axe.
Yeah, there's not been too many clear-cut opportunities there. My favourite phase, they've had chances to have chances, because there have been those moments where if the right pass is selected, it could cause a real big problem. And that set piece there, it just wasn't met cleanly enough at the header.
Starting to grow into this second half now as Havertz and Martinelli asking the question. And Trossard back to Smith Rowe. Finally cleared by Irma's Declan Rice. Now there's a break on. Jesus has the burners, but can't turn them on.
Yeah, there's a bit of a slight miscommunication between goalkeeper and defender, but Ramsdale did come out and take it away. You can almost see the urgency in Irma trying to get it away. I think he knows the game that he's in at the moment.
15 minutes left, and a reminder as Trossard might be able to feed Jesus. It's level at the 90. We will have extra time and penalties to call upon. We need a winner here. The longer the time ticks down, the closer we get to next goal wins territory. That will be fresh on the mind of both of our finalists. Irma coming forward. Marty able to turn. It's along the floor towards Jesus. Long ball up to Gabriel Jesus again. Seems like both defences doing a really good job of nullifying each other. Gabriel Martinelli will have to try and outrun Tomiyasu. He's brought down. Referee sees no problem. 5 minutes till the 90. Trossard, Martinelli, Havertz! Big save. Irma living dangerously. Trossard is, well, dispossessed, pocket picked by the man on your screen, and Irma has lived so dangerously up to this point in this competition here today. Final attack is there. Just 1 minute added on, the pass is lacking. Jorginho will collect, and is the referee going to be generous here? Think he will. Saliba is in. Saliba clears. And we are going to extra time.
Nerve-wracking is what this is for both of these players. You can see almost the urgency to try and just keep the ball away from their own penalty box. Yeah. There is an urgency to get it away. That's where those nerves start to creep in. And granted, we see bravado from eFootball athletes throughout the course of the season. When it comes down to the human side of it, there's a mask that they will put on. These guys will be feeling the nerves right now because they know what's at stake. You have kind of bookended this brilliantly throughout the season, is that these spots are dwindling. There's not many spots left. They will know that their opportunity is here and now.
Extra time's underway. It is Irma attacking his right-hand goal. Thomas Partey, Jesus, Martinelli. It's suffocating. It's Martinelli!
Great save.
Smart manual save.
Big save, and it was needed. Again, the ball was bouncing around, ricocheting. It was good recycling of the ball. Those steps, challenges from Axe. He's got to be careful there because it was one way either side, or one step in the wrong direction, and there's a penalty that could have easily been given there, so he's got to be careful.
Must be careful around this corner as well. Havertz front post. Oh, Rice has hit it, and could have caused Ramsdale a little bit of trouble there. Those are difficult to deal with when they bounce right in front of you, but you are very right, Wes, to bring up the fact that you already have 4 finalists for console. We have Futi Fasil, Real Fabiano, Calahard, we have Takaki, all waiting, all watching to see who will be joining them, who will prevail. Irma or Axe? after that really good chance at the start of extra time. The onus now is on Axe. We have about 5 to go until this period comes to a close, but the worry for Axe now is that he just seems to be fizzling out a little bit. Irma on the offensive. Kai Havertz. There's a real chance now for Irma with the double touch.
Great defending.
Used that move before, but you're right, Wes.
There's really good defending there by Axe. Although ball given away here, Trossard.
Great tackle, Trossard. Havertz was the man waiting, but cleared by Irma. No minutes added on, so the ball must go forward for both men, and it's unsuccessful, and we go to another period of extra time, Wes.
It's nail biting between these two, and there's no quarter given. We said that the group stage game finished 3-2.
Yep.
We may have, or probably should have hastened to say that the mentality is a lot different in a group game between that and a knockout game, because of course in a group game you have the ability to draw, you have the ability to take a point and live to fight another day. Here we need a winner.
Coming on the field is
Will we find one in the next 15? Or will it be the luck of the draw, the lottery that is the penalty shootouts? We've had a couple of world finalists decided by penalties this year. Are we destined to go there again?
It's too tight to call between these two at the moment.
Long throw. Havertz versus Tomiyasu wins the header. Smith Rowe on the edge of the box. Defensive duties underlined there. Now Kai Havertz and Irma can start to venture forward, but been pressed so far back into his own half. Now the chance might appear. Jesus. He's dispossessed. Approaching 5 minutes left. Almost just seems destined to go to spot kicks here, Wes, unless there's a final twist.
I was going to say, if it goes to penalties, if you've got a couch I can hide behind, because penalty shootouts have not been my friend as of late.
Jorginho, though, for Axe. Trossard can't control the ball. Console group stage was an absolute passion pit. Havertz and Trossard, it breaks for him! For the third time in the game, Ramsdale down to his right saves Adrian Irma.
And again, it's another big save, but again, it's almost a lack of composure there from Axe. If he gets it out of his feet, and gets a bit more purchase on it, you could sense that may have just ended up in the back of the net.
Well, the problem for Irma is this ball, as we're approaching the final throes of extra time. It's so far in his own half, he won't have a chance to try and win the game. He can only hope for spot kicks at this point, and I think that's where we'll be heading, Wes.
Oh.
The Arsenal FC Club Event Finals.
Give me strength.
The console platform will be decided in a penalty shootout.
How are your nerves? How are your nerves here? That's the real question. There's no real definitive chances that we could really say should have been put away outside of a manual save or two from Irma, and now it is going down to penalty kicks. And as you can see from the stats on your screen, not the greatest of penalty kick takers, might I add. And of course, what that does to the penalty aiming, shall we say, is it makes that targeting circle all that much bigger.
Irma steps up first, wastes no time and tucks it home. Straight away. scores the first penalty. Over to Axe now with Declan Rice. Irma went the right way.
Really good finish, especially into the side of the net. You can't really save those.
Pressure swings back the other way. Martinelli is saved. It's saved by Axe. And now, arguably, the penalty specialist, Jorginho, saved as well.
Hold on to your hats, folks.
Both men scored one, missed one. Penalty number 3, Havertz scores. Advantage Irma. Now Axe with Trossard. Oh!
Called it as well. Ramsdale called it.
It's an Irma save. And if he scores this with Gabriel Jesus, which he does,
he's on the hill.
It puts all of the pressure on this kick from Martinelli.
Oh, ice in the veins there from Axe.
But now, championship points for Irma to represent Arsenal. It will be Declan Rice, and he scores!
Just into the corner, just.
And Irma will be your champion. He was just seconds away from elimination, but the story of Irma continues. He will be your representative at the World Finals, your console champion. It's Irma.
Yeah, to be seconds from defeat and seconds of elimination, and he's now found himself going to Tokyo at the World Finals in July. What a performance from him. Again, in the penalty shootouts, of course, he was the first one to have a penalty saved. Again, more mentality shown and more personality shown by him. He's a man for the big occasions, is Irma, and he's proved it here today.
And what can you say? This man just loves knockout competition. He will be a very strong representative at the World Finals. And we add another nation to our growing list. Romania will have themselves a representative at the World Finals.
Yeah, I think it's kind of getting very evenly balanced between the regions now. You've got Asia and Oceania, you've got Europe, and you've got South America and Central America. They're all just starting to just have the kind of the formation of, as we said, a cultural melting pot that is going to exist in Tokyo in the summer.
I will say there were chances in the 90 and 120 for Axe, and commiserations, of course, to Shumpai Hashiki. Axe, 23 years old, was a runner-up at the E-Asian Cup. Sadly for him, a runner-up here again today. But in terms of the overall outlook of his career, we expect to see him again improve and reiterate and improve, and one day make it over the line.
Yeah, 100%. Again, he just kind of showed the level, really. We made mention of the fact that, myself, I'd only seen him in the co-op format. Yeah. Now I've seen him in 1v1. I've seen the level. And again, his own personality to bring himself back from the brink, to go and beat Usmakabyle, to go and get himself into this final
this chance
after losing the first one. But this chance was golden. If he just took one more touch and set himself up. I know, but it's those, as we say, it's sitting here in cold blood, sitting here where there's nothing riding on the line for us, but it was these types of moments. Brilliant save here, and again, another big save. And it was just right into the corner for that final penalty, and it was Declan Rice that was the match winner for Irma.
It's just yet another unbelievable. It's like he had plot armor here today. Adrian Irma comes through and represents Arsenal, the winner of the console platform, Semra, and will be able to lift this trophy
We'll keep it closy.
It's his.
We'll keep it cozy.
I tell you what, though, the Japanese, he had a real axe to grind after losing to Irma in the first game of the day. He wasn't able to bring the axe in the end to deliver that killer blow. See where I'm going with this? It's my last opportunity. I have to get it all out. I gotta get it all out now. But listen, it was a very different game from what we saw. It was much closer. It was much cagier. It was really a fine tactical battle. So very different to that open game that we saw with 5 goals in it. This one going all the way down to the very bitter ends. One penalty making all the difference. I mean, congratulations to Irma, really, you have to say, because it was very well played, actually, on both sides.
It really was, and the difference, as Wes said in the commentary, is that the group stages, you can kind of throw caution to the wind a little bit. The knockout final, you can't put a single foot wrong, and both men really rose to the occasion and put their best foot forward. I think on any other day, I feel like Axe buries some of those chances. On any other day, Irma buries some chances. So it really could have gone either way. I know that's on the fence, but the main point stands is that Irma will be representing the Gunners at the World Championships.
It really is going to be a very nice lineup. You pointed out that we're going to have a wide range of nationalities, a nice mix of people from all over the world that are going to be coming together. I mean, it really is nice to see that there is such high level of competition and how much the sport, how much this game is actually growing, and how we can actually see new faces mixed amongst some of the veterans, some of the more experienced players as well. They get seriously challenged in the ways perhaps they weren't before. But listen, we have Irma with us, so why don't we catch up with the main man, the main attraction for right now. Congratulations. Of course, this is something you're very familiar with, having won many competitions yourself. But how does it feel this time around to be heading to Japan to represent Arsenal as the winner of console for today?
Yes, I'm very happy and proud because I trained a lot. I like to play with Arsenal because they are good players in the game, good agility, and I'm very excited at the moment. I don't know how to speak.
Well, listen, I want to get to the final and the methodology behind it in just a minute, but before we go there, let's do just a quick chronology of how you actually got to the final. Because initially you played Axe, you ended up beating him in a 5-goal thriller, but then came one of the biggest games of the day against Usmakabyle. Left it really late, but you managed to get that point that sent you through. I mean, talk to me a little bit about the emotional roller coaster you must have been going through in that game, and the approach, whether you were looking for the draw, whether you were looking for the win, but how you managed to pull off that comeback, that rescue mission in the end to get you into the final.
Against Usmakabyle was very, very strong. I know him, he know me. A very hard game, but I played for win because it's my style, always attack. I was lucky because I scored the goal in 95 minutes. But this is football, and now I'm happy to be in World Finals at Tokyo.
Well, as you said, you love to attack, you love to score goals. You had 3 great opportunities in the final, but it was a very, very close game. It was very cagey, not a lot of opportunities on either side, very different from the first time that we saw you play against Axe. Why is it, do you think, that it was so different compared to the earlier game in the day between the two of you?
I think the final is different because more adrenaline. It's hard, you can't mistake. Because if you don't play with focus, you can lose everything in the game. But now in the final, I want to thank my family, my girlfriend, and all my friends because I trained with them all days. My friend Paneas of Euro 2020, and I want to thank my family and all my friends.
Well, brilliant. We'll certainly get that message across to everybody and to all of your supporters and followers as well. So I guess there you have it. It's about concentration, about not making mistakes, not taking too many risks in a final, because the stakes are obviously so much higher than they are in the opening game of a group stage. But one final question about heading into Japan. Had you thought about it at any point in time while you were preparing for today? Have you had any time now in the last few minutes to kind of think about it, let it sink in, and how you might actually prepare and approach that one later on in a couple of months?
Yeah, I will prepare for our finals as all day because it was my reach before the game, and I think we will be hard because all players are strong in our finals, but I will do my best to win.
Well, we wish you the very best of luck. Have a wonderful time in Japan, and congratulations once more. Go out, celebrate, have a great time today.
Thank you.
See you in July. Ciao.
See you. Ciao.
Well, there you have it. Nice one.
It's always great to hear from Omar. It's great that he also shouted out Panias, who we saw him.
I could see Wes celebrating in the corner there. He was loving that.
I'm so happy with that
It's
because
great.
they've come so far.
It's great to know, especially when we reference kind of his roots as well, kind of being parallel to our roots as commentators. It's great to follow the story of Irma, definitely one of the great entertainers of eFootball. And as we go throughout the years, more people start to make storylines such as those, but Irma especially, I think him referencing his old teammates and his practice partners, I think it's great. It just shows how humble he is and how deserving he's been of winning here today, really snatching victory from the jaws of defeat today.
Unbelievable.
It really is unbelievable indeed. Well, listen, we're going to leave it there for today, but we do want to give you a reminder that there's still one more finals to go. That is going to be with Manchester United at the end of May. So before we say our final goodbyes, any final words from the two of you?
What a crazy day. We say this every time, but what is really starting to shape up as a fantastic World Finals is the fact of the 10 qualified players we have so far, we have 8 different nationalities. With those different nationalities, bring different ideologies, play styles. It's going to be a great time. Make sure you don't miss it.
Yeah, and I think we will need a couple of weeks to recover from what happened today because my heart, it can't take much more of last-minute drama. It really can't. In that one
good thing
game,
that you
I
are
need a
going to
rest.
have a couple of weeks rest because it's going to take a little while until we get over to Manchester. So there you
It
go.
may just, it's going to take a bit of time.
All right. Well, pleasure, guys, as ever. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for keeping us honest.
Yes, thank
Always
you.
keeping us in check.
Well, I do my best anyway. Tough work, that is. Well, thank you to all of you as well. We hope that you enjoyed the events as they unfolded here today at the Arsenal final, and we hope that you continue to play eFootball and that you enjoy the game. Stick around, there's still plenty more to go, of course. Stay up to date on all the latest on all of our social media platforms, and we'll see you very soon indeed. Until then, take care. Bye. There's the roof.
Number